YouTube fellas and gals. I'm here early. Woohoo! I'm trying to get an earlier time for you all. Okay, dokie. So we're just going to cussy cut some flowers and some things to go into my next 2 journaling pages of mixed media. Hey, Kristen! How are you doing? I'm telling you what, girlfriend, it is a lot of work starting a second YouTube channel. I'm trying to get views in and stuff, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get this channel to 2,000 videos. I'm already at 1,800 and something. I can't get an accurate number. I go into studio and it won't show me. And then I think what I'm going to do is change the dynamic of this channel for a little bit. I'm going to put it a little bit on vacation mode. Except I'm still going to do my lives. I might upload maybe a couple times a week. You know what I mean? Just to do a vacation. And then I want to get back to what the heck is Google doing? All these stupid notifications need to go away. Man, I got to figure out how to turn that setting off. Yeah, I was sick there for a little while too. It's horrible. I hate being sick. Not that I think anybody enjoys it. What the heck? I get all kinds of stuff popping up over here. Go away. My Windows 11's causing me issues. I spent 2 hours yesterday trying to fix my printer. It's ridiculous. I have a printer that if you go to print an image from the web, it says it's printing in color. Okay, this is what happened first. I bought the HP Envy to go with the desktop upstairs. The color ink would not work when I tried to print it from wherever, it didn't matter. So what had happened was, I took computer classes and I'm thinking, don't overlook the obvious. I had the computer set up wirelessly. This is why I don't like wireless items. This is just my preference. I can't stand it. I like my cords. Come to find out, I told my husband the only thing I haven't tried is plugging it in because I had it set it up wirelessly, and the only thing that wouldn't work was the color ink. There's no troubleshooting for this. I even had a tech from HP come into my computer remotely. He couldn't even figure it out. So, because there was no damage to the cartridge because I had 2 different ones in it. And then he finally said to me, put something colored in the scanner part of it, let it scan and see if it prints in color. It did, but it wouldn't print off the computer in color. Okay. This is what you deal with. Some tech issues I will explain. So I told my husband I can't understand why it's not working because everything's set in the settings, everything. So I said, we'll just go buy a cord because the only thing we hadn't tried was to cord it in because it was wireless. As soon as we plugged the cord in, guess what? The color ink worked. Explain that one because, if there's an error in technology, I'll find it. So then I come downstairs. I bought the inkjet from HP 3830. So I have that down here. I had a Toshiba laptop I bought off my parents. They got it from AARP. I paid $100 for it. It lasted me 10 years. I have no complaints. I had no problems printing off that thing whatsoever. But in time, after 10 years, it got slow as molasses. I have optimized it. I took it to a IT tech that's in the family. They put a brand new hard drive in it and stuff, and juiced it, and it's still slow as possible. I mean, it's just old. So I traded it out and I bought a brand new laptop that's a Dell. I tend to like Dells. I don't care what everybody else's opinion is. That's my favorite computer is a Dell. So I got right now this computer here that I'm on is a Dell. I have an HP desktop upstairs. I have a Toshiba laptop upstairs. I try it all, people. And I have a brand new Windows 11. And I will say this about Windows 11, it sucks. So the laptop runs really good and everything, but you know how like your little thing is to the left hand side, your icon where you go to, you know, your documents and all that kind of stuff, that's in the middle now. On Windows 11, it is not to the left, it is in the center down at the bottom of your, it's just weird. The layout's weird. So I'm having problems with the color ink not working again. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I did it through Wi-Fi. I did it through a cord. I still cannot get it to work. If you troubleshoot it anywhere online on YouTube, you know, all the videos you can imagine, it says to make sure the settings are not set to grayscale. Grayscale doesn't even show up. On Windows 11, it shows nothing. There's no color option, period. So I clicked on a web page and pulled up the web page, and it said print to the right hand side. It come up in color, so it's all set to color. I still get black and white. So I'm gonna have my daughter come in, and we're just gonna uninstall and reinstall it and see if maybe I'm overlooking something, because sometimes when it's a computer error, it could be a check mark or a dot that you fill in. I'm going to have her second check it, but I cannot get the color ink to work for nothing on this laptop. I have been into preferences. I have been into settings. I just can't find it. And I do have a certificate in computer, so I'm not an idiot. But, you know, technology is just a pain. Okay, let me read chat. Sorry. I'm on a rant today. Gotta put my hugs in. But I'm just, if it isn't one thing, it's another. So I wasted 2 hours on that yesterday. But trying to get the second channel up and running has been a job. There's Krista. There's my sassy Sandy. Nope. I'm trying to come on a little earlier so people can come in, and I made that comment a couple times, Sandy, that I'm trying to get in here earlier because some people go to bed too early, like at 10:30. So I'm going to try to get on here a little earlier so I can spend time with people who have to go to bed, because some people have to work still. Hey, Mark. I'm getting it in here, people. Just give me a chance. I'm slow. There is Mark the Shark. I need to get to visit your channel too. I got to visit. I've been trying to visit more because I've been slacking, but I'm telling you, it has been a job trying to get 2 channels up and running. The other channel is more of a teaching channel, and if it gets monetized, I'm okay with that. This channel, I don't want monetized. But the other one, if it does, it does, because it's not going to be like this one. It's a different style of channel. It's more of a legacy, because, you know, my grandkids and YouTube stays up for a while because you never know when stuff ends. But that's what I want to do with the second channel. This channel, I like it not monetized. I don't want to be censored. YouTube can kiss my butt. I want to say what I want to say when I want to say it and not be judged. So I want this as my downtime channel, and the other one's going to be my teaching channel. But Pegasus 67's in the house. Mark the Shark's in the house. We have Sassy Sandy. That's what I call her, but she goes by Sandy Garrett. Then we have Dillhole. Oh my goodness, that ornery Dillhole. We have John Wright in the house. We have Crafting with Kristen in the house. I'm trying to remember to shout out your names so that when people come back to check out the lives, they come check out your channels. I got to remember to do that because I'm really bad at that. And then there's Tina's Messy Crafty Life. Tina made me do it. I still say she makes me do it. She just posted some good stuff on her Facebook page. She just painted some really cute stuff that can go in a garden or whatever she's going to do with it, but they were adorable. I love stuff like that, Tina. The only bad thing about where I live is we have so much wind here. Like, I'm lucky to keep a bird feeder standing up. Seriously. You know how you see all these people with these cute little decorations out in their gardens and stuff? That stuff would never last here. I tried to do a little flagpole with some flags. It was blown to hell and back. And I'm serious. The wind just gets, because I'm on a hill and it gets so bad up here. We cannot keep anything light, like dressing our gardens and things like that, or be destroyed. I remember one time, me and my husband, we first moved up here. If you only knew what I went through. Because where we used to live before, our house sat on a hill here, and we had a hill here, and then the creek and a hill over on the other side. So being in between two hills, it was a total different atmosphere. Like, we had cooler temperatures, of course, bigger bugs because we live near water, but we never had wind issues. But when you're up on a hill here in West Virginia, you better look out because I'm telling you, duct tape doesn't work for everything. I had my business bookstore sign hung outside on the door. We had it duct taped, it blew off. We Velcroed and duct taped, and it blew off. Nothing would keep it on the door. That's all I have to say. We couldn't do it. And I had a lady that used to come and visit my used bookstore. Her husband says, "We feel so sorry for you because every time we drive past your house, your sign's on the ground." And I kid you not. So he said, "I have an idea. I want to create something for you for free because we just get the biggest kick out of seeing your sign just blowing everywhere." So he took a metal bed frame and turned it into a sign holder where we could punch it into the ground to hold my bookstore sign. And it was amazing because that's the only time my sign stayed put. And I told him, I said, "Thank you so much." But yeah, some people feel sorry for you when they see you go through a struggle. But it was really cool what he did because the way the sign, it was just perfect what he did because we never had no problems with the sign after that. But up here, you can't have nothing. And I mean, even if you have a flagpole up here, you better be prepared to be buying flags because it's going to be ripped to shreds. We had a cage for our dog. We have a pen that she goes out in sometimes. If it's a cool weather, we'll put her out there so she gets some fresh air. We had to splice two of them together because she's a medium-sized dog. It ended up flipping one day. We had to go out, peg it into the ground like you would not believe to keep this thing. And here, when we had the 60-mile-per-hour wind here lately, we just had to buy all new bungee cords to hold the tarp on the top of it. So we're still fighting the wind up here. It's crazy. It is crazy. But you'll hear the wind whip and whistle, and it's something else for sure. Hey, CDC. Who did I miss? I missed somebody. Tiffany! I miss Tiffy! There's Tiffy. She's so sweet. I love her walks and hanging out with her when she's on her walks. And then there's our favorite trucker, Randy. He took us on a trip to the Carolinas. I see my travels through Randy's eyes. Wherever he takes us is where I go because I don't get to travel. It's Randy, you're my travel companion. But we can go travel around. But Randy's always taking us into different states and we get to see all this cool stuff. State. And all I have to say is I was watching this one trucker one day and it was terrible. I can't remember who it was. And somebody tried to cut him off right in the middle of traffic. There's another trucker. He follows Farmall Fanatic, but I can't think of his name. And it was terrible. People trying to cut him off, and I thought, holy crap. But you know who I would love for you to meet, Randy, is my cousin Denny. My cousin Denny lives here in West Virginia. He's originally from Philadelphia, PA. That's where he was raised. And he bought a house here. He's a trucker too. And he travels to a bunch of different places. I think you two would get along if you knew each other. My cousin Denny's a good guy. He's a hard worker. His dad, when I was telling you guys about my favorite memories on the 4th of July and the farm, we used to go sit and tell ghost stories and stuff. That's whose dad. He owned a farm. And my cousin Denny, he really is a good person. Really down to earth. He likes the big trucks with the big wheels and flying in the mud. That's where the tomboy out of me came. We used to go mud bogging and do all kinds of things when we were growing up because of my cousin Denny and my cousin Jerry, because they always like playing in the dirt. So yeah, that's the Tom girl in me. We used to have a blast as kids. I had a good upbringing when it come to that kind of stuff. I definitely like playing in the mud. I can't tell you how many times I've been four-wheeling on dirt bikes. I mean, because my brother had a bunch of friends that had dirt bikes. I'm talking Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha, you name it. My ass has been on it. Harleys. Just, we grew up like that. We were in the country. We had paths and woods and, yeah. End up with ticks in our hair. Thank God we never got Lyme disease. But we grew up in a very, very country style atmosphere. So it was fun. It was a blast. Paper dolls. No, I don't cut paper dolls. I'm cutting out flowers. I think I had a few paper dolls when I was a kid. I think I had Buffy. You know, Buffy and Jody? That was a show we always watched. And I actually had a Mrs. Beasley doll. She's like valuable now. Family Affair. That's what the show was called. I'm old school people. My grandmother had an outhouse. I remember the outhouse my grandma had when we were kids. Sears catalogs would wipe your ass. She had a party line on her phone that you would hear the neighbor giving her grocery list. Oh my gosh, how times have changed. I remember this old lady down the road, Mrs. Hornick. She would be on the phone giving her grocery list, and I'd be trying to call my mom from my grandma's. I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry I interrupted. I said, I'll try again later. Okay, honey, she goes. She used to give us cookies. Memories. My grandmother had the black rotary phone. She had a player piano we used to play with chipped keys and everything in her house. I remember lots of stuff when I was a kid. All good old memories. And the 80s was my favorite, though. I loved 80s music. I loved the 80s movies. I'm an 80s teenage girl in the 80s. Special times. I think back now the way that the world was then, and I look at it now, and it's like, oh my God, what the hell happened? Times were definitely a lot funner. So it's crazy when you think of those times and how drastic it's changed since COVID hit and everything has changed. I can't get over it. That life can change in the blink of an eye. And then I sit and wonder, what do my grandkids get to look forward to, you know? Do they get any freedom like we had? Who the heck knows? The way this world's going, it's freaking hard to tell. Yes, Tina, congrats. That is so cool. My husband's uncle owns a whole, I mean, let's just put it this way. If I walk into a Harley shop anywhere and they type in my married last name, it lights up the whole computer. You'll see a list going. My father-in-law's into Harleys. My husband's uncle's into Harleys. And we walk into a Harley shop. It's funny because my husband doesn't own a Harley, but he likes the Harley t-shirts and things like that. So he likes the chain wallet and all that. So I always get that stuff for him. And it's so funny. We walk in there. They're so nice to us because of his family, but his uncle, you would just die if you saw his garage. He's got everything from the very first Harley on. I kid you not. His collection's amazing. He's got a security camera on his garage just to protect his stuff. That's how much Harley stuff he has. And it's so funny because he is a true Harley dude. You know, the cap and all. So yeah, Harleys are a big thing on my hubby's side of the family. And my sister used to be married to a Harley biker. So yeah, I've been around bikes from a lot of people. And then one of my brother's friends, well, we were all friends really. He came home from the military and took us out on his little Harley. And it was fun. We would get to ride the back roads and stuff when he was home, and it's just good times. He had a little Harley Sportster though. I got to ride on a Harley Sportster. I don't know how many Harleys I've been on. I've even been on a moped. I remember a friend of mine owned a moped, and we used to ride around on her moped. The Four Wheels was funny. We have a place here that's real popular for people to ride four-wheelers. And it's out in the country. It's in Pennsylvania, but it's a back road. And it's a blast to go up there. I went with some friends one year. There was, oh my gosh, me, Tracy, Doug, Jimmy. Oh my God, Tanya. I can't remember how many people was with us. It was a group of us. And we hit it right after a rain. And oh my God, you want to talk about mud? I had mud balls in my hair, up my pant legs. And we used to go riding quads out there after a rain, and it was just a blast. I'm a mud girl, no doubt. I used to love making mud pies as a kid too. Hey, Dawn. And they still play in the mud. One of my best friends, Jackie, offline, married Doug, and she posts pictures all the time. I don't know if I have any on my phone or not. Hold on, let me see. I know she posts on Facebook all the time. They still play in the mud. And it's so cool to reminisce through her pictures. I haven't been out in the mud in a while. Be better if I just find her Facebook page. Hold on. Jackie's a sweetheart. Yep. Here's Here's some videos. Do I get a mute here? No, that wouldn't work. Look.
Oh.
Come on, focus. These are the places we used to play in. I know where all these locations are. This is hysterical. They're spinning out on that one. Wait a second. Let me find another one. Look. Oh my goodness. Focus. Look how they're stuck in the mud. You guys should love this one. Like playing in the dirt. Look. This is the things we used to go through. We would get stuck in this stuff, and then two guys would have to pull. We went up this hill, and the car went down sideways and slid all the way down the hill, and it took one with the Jeep and one with the truck to pull it out from the hill, and then they had to pull it up to set the vehicle back up. Oh my God, these people are wild. This is the kind of look at this vehicle. That's hysterical, and I know all these people. But we had a blast. Here's more. Look. You're going to get some mud and some paper tonight, people. Go, go, go. This is hysterical. I wish Jackie would come on YouTube. Hold on.
There we go, Kevin and Roletta.
Whee! That sounds like Michelle talking. Jackie's sister. Here's some footage. Oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, this is Michelle and Jackie. They're sisters. Okay, wait a minute. I think Michelle's driving. Wait a sec.
Okay, me and Jackie are going to attempt the impossible. Going through the donut hole lengthwise. Doug said nobody's done it.
Doug. That's Jackie's husband.
Well, that didn't go well.
They're stuck.
Okay then. I can't go backwards.
That's Jackie. That's Jackie right there. Show Jackie's face. She's so pretty. Yep, there's Jackie. She's driving. Oh my God, this is so funny. And then she has pictures of the vehicles. Oh, it's funny. I used to date Doug's brother a long time ago, so I know all about that family. But oh my God, they are a riot. Before I met my hubby, it was a long time ago. But they were a lot of fun to hang out with, for sure. Crazy family. So there you go. You got some guy stuff on here tonight besides crafting. I gave you some mud. Wait a minute. For some reason, I keep getting pop-ups over here. Okay. Yes, mud pies. Mud pies are awesome. Hey, East Dad. You're working. Well, you just work too hard, dude. Well, I'm glad you got to peek in. You gotta check out East Dad. He's a gamer. I do have my 3 favorite gamers on here. That I like to go and visit times when they're live, and that is in Vin for the win. They're my favorite gamers. Just so you know. I think I've been following all them pretty much, except Vin's new. But I've been following Vaughn and his dad for a long time, since like right after I started YouTube. He plays Jason Voorhees. I don't mind sitting back and watching gamers. I think it's fun. It's relaxing because I'll let them play their game while I'm like doing laundry and stuff. Sometimes they come on late at night, so I have to go back in later in Nib. I was watching some the other day and I forgot to leave a comment. I don't like doing that because then I can't remember who I watched. Well, don't work too hard, East. And I'm glad you got to peek in. You did? Cool. I could see that. I could so see that. I could picture you on a bike. My husband kind of wants one, but he makes me nervous because you just have to understand, East. I mean, I don't like coming off like a controlling wife, but my husband is so accident prone that he scares me. I mean, I would like to see him have his dreams, don't get me wrong, but I'm telling you, he is accident prone. Since we've been married, he's had a broken foot and high top steel-toed boots. Doctor still couldn't figure that one out. He's been in a gasoline fire. He was born a complete white-haired kid. He is a towhead, but he's got brown hair now. But I don't know what it is about him, but he's like cursed. His grandmother even told me his dad was running through the yard with a hatchet one time and about took his ear off. It scares me to death. It scares me. And I'm just so afraid, that if he gets a motorcycle, something bad's going to happen to him. And I mean, it's just scary because he's not, he just doesn't watch for things, and he doesn't take precautions. And that's what scares me about him. But my brother-in-law was in a motorcycle wreck. It was really crazy how it all happened because they were on vacation with another couple. And my cousin Sherry and my sister and their husbands went on vacation together. And it was really wild because a driver came over and crossed the lane around a sharp turn and ran into my sister's husband. And he flew basically off the bike, off the road. It was horrible. He's got like a permanent limp, was in ICU for a long time. It was horrible what he went through, but he lived. He's just got a permanent limp for the rest of his life. But the thing was, the driver's like, oh, I'll take responsibility and blah, blah, blah. And then when it came court time, he lied. He said it was the biker's fault and it was his fault, but he didn't know there was a secret weapon. My cousin Sherry and her husband were following the whole incident from the beginning to end, and Sherry took her camera out and flashed pictures the whole time. So she had pictures from the beginning of when the accident started clear to the end and proved in court that it was the driver's fault. Because like my sister said, we weren't suing the guy to get rich. We just wanted my husband's doctor bills paid and his time work off. That's all they wanted. And they didn't even get enough because the way it was, they were in a different state when it happened. And they were told by the lawyer that they would have to go into his state and sue him again. Well, they didn't have the time to do that. So they barely got enough to cover his injuries. That's all they got out of that whole accident. It was horrible. So I feel for bikers when they're on the road, because you definitely have to watch out for the other drivers. But all I know is when, after that happened and the experience of it, it just makes me nervous with my husband, because I know he is so accident prone that I'm just so scared. He's had close calls even with cars. I can only imagine what he'd be like on a motorbike. My husband drove a brand new car off the showroom floor, and black ice hit, and the car was demolished. Like, it was completely destroyed. It was terrible. And he said the roads were fine, and then all of a sudden everything went to sheer ice. And he said, Tammy, I had nowhere to go. He said there's the guardrail, and when them cement guard thingies right in the center of the highway. He had no place to go. He said, I saw a car sliding to the front, a car sliding through my rearview mirror. He says, all I did was tuck my head under my arms and prayed, because it was like a 16-car pileup. And that everybody walked away from that and no one got killed or injured. Thank God. And it just so happened it was on an interstate, and thank God there was no big trucks. And what was really interesting about the whole everybody had State Farm that was in that accident that day, and they were all covered by State Farm insurance. Is that like not nuts? I was like, wow. Yeah, I see him, Tina. I haven't read him yet. Take care, John. But it scares me, when stuff like that happens to people out on the highway. It just. And then he was coming home from work one night, and some guy was driving drunk or high, we don't know. His driver door was wide open. He's swerving all over the road. My husband had to call the police because he was afraid he was going to wreck into somebody. It was crazy. It was crazy. You take care, John. Thanks for coming in. But other drivers are just as nuts, But I always worry, I would like to see him get one, but I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about it. Gotta check out Tina's work over here. What did you do, Tina? Aw, that's so cute. That's adorable. You care if I show him? Look at Tina's work. Look at that nose and eyeballs. And I like his teeth. That's so freaking cute, Tina. Tina is so good with mixed media. She cracks me up. For some reason, it won't load the second one. What is going on with Facebook? It says couldn't load something about high resolution. Couldn't load. It's got a message. Couldn't load high resolution image is what it says. Only one I could get was the first one. That's too funny. It almost looks like what's that truck on the cartoon? Yeah, I believe it is. He would need experience first. And you don't work too hard. Thanks for coming in. Take care, East. Oh my gosh, Tina, that's so funny. That looks like Mr. Bill. Oh, Saturday night. I love it. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. That's too funny. I hope you post them in the group because those are cute. Arlene's starting to post some pictures in the group. I have to tell people I'm so sorry in the face group about my voice being so loud. For some reason, the audio in there is like 3 times magnified. And I'm like, whoa. My video popped up and my voice was so loud. I was like, oh my God. Because the camera upstairs, I have to talk loud because you can barely hear me in videos. And then down here, this one's more sensitive. And I catch myself talking louder on the one upstairs because people can't hear me in the videos on that one. So down here, I don't know, it's really voice sensitive. So I try to sit back from the camera because it's built into the cam. But oh my gosh, it was so loud on Facebook. I was like, oh my God, Team, you get big mouth. So I have to watch my voice down here when I post into Facebook. It's crazy. It is crazy loud. I have these 2 zipper pouches, and what I do with the things I know I'm not going to use, the scraps, I put them in this bag. Once it gets full, I empty this into my recycling bag before I take it to recycling. And then the bigger pieces of scraps goes into here because I can use these in the future. I love these zipper bags. They are so cool. So that's what you hear over here when I'm making noises. Because I can use these scraps with mixed media and stuff like that. So I always keep a couple bags down here. Let's see here. I think I'll just go ahead and use this piece too because it's blue. I'm just cutting out pieces to add to my next 2 pages because I wasn't prepped. On having things ready. But my other channel it's doing pretty good. I'm getting good views on it and I'm getting like really good numbers on it. I mean, I'm not at 1K or nothing fancy and I'm okay with that. I want it to grow slow and organically. And I really like how the second channel is growing. And I've been meeting some new crafters, which is cool. Not the same people that I had met over here on this channel. So it's really cool to meet new crafters on that channel. And there is one crafter, I really want to give the shout out to her tonight because I just think that she is really cool. We're on different time zones, of course, because she's in a different country. But if you ever get the chance, I want to give her a shout out because honestly, out of all the crafters that I know, she's got one of the sweetest personalities, like, and the sweetest voice. Like, she's just such a caring person, and you can tell. Not saying that I don't have other crafters that are caring. Do not take it wrong because this is not a contest. But this is just my recommendation for tonight as a really fun crafter. And she is so sweet. And when you watch a video, you'll see what I mean. She had her crafting area up the other day. And here is her channel. Her name is Janet Nash. And I think she's English. But she's just the sweetest person. And she took us on a walk through a beautiful garden and stuff in one of her videos. It was just really nice. and peaceful. And you can tell she's like really nature. She's got beautiful lighting in her craft room that's natural sun. I don't her on YouTube, and she's she's just caring. She don't have a mean bone in her body. I swear if that woman got mad at something, I'd fall out of my chair. I definitely don't know what her temper side is, but she is the sweetest. She really is. So if you're a crafter, you got to go check her out. She's my recommendation of a crafter for a week. I'm going to try to do recommendations. I mean, not like I don't recommend everybody anyways, but you know what I mean. People that you don't really see in here. She comes and visits my channel sometimes, but it's the time zone thing. Because when you think about it, when I go live at 9, it's 2 o'clock in the morning in England. And I don't know what I think there's 9 hours difference between me and Orange, Australia, but I'm not sure about the rest of the country. But it's like really hard to get crafters from different time zones in here because I come on like when everybody's either sleeping or it's too late. But she's the sweetest person ever. So I went into her channel on my other channel and I said, Janet, this is me, Tammy's Passions. And she added the other channel too. Because there's some people that I do want to transfer to that channel. I'm just trying to stay away from the drama people. I'm trying to build this next channel with more peaceful people that are in the crafting community because there are some that are not very nice. So I'm trying to kind of avoid those ones and stick with the good ones. Okay, I think that was upside down. So let's get this fuzzy one in here. I'm just cutting out pieces that I want to add to my mixed media journal. And Tina, I believe I bought this book off of you in one of your sales. Tina has live sales sometimes, and she sells some of her crafty items, and I bought a couple floral books off of her. And all I want to say, and I hope this message comes off clear, we have an overabundance of books. And to the people that don't like it, that people destroy books for crafting, this is what I have to say to you. Sometimes when you look inside of a book, it'll say 10 million copies sold. Really? What's one book? Cut up matter. So there are so many books right now that I have seen that if you would actually go visit the landfill, you'd be shocked. Because books get destroyed all the time. And I know this for a fact because I've run into people who have told me, oh, if I would have known you owned a used bookstore, I would have brought books by your store. But I threw like 3 bags away to the garbage bin. And I'm like, really? Why didn't you take it to a donation place? Like, but our Goodwill here, they got rid. I have no clue what Goodwill does with the books where I'm from. But they used to have a great big, like when you walked in the front door to the right, there was this great big book section that you could circle around. And then they have all their clothes. And then over here was like crafts and glass and stuff. And there's rows. And just one year, all the books disappeared. So where the book section is, they have purses hanging. And I'm like, what the heck did they do with all those books? I hope they recycled them at least. So now when you go into my local Goodwill, they have like a couple pieces of plywood up against, and there's like just a set of books and that's it. That's all the books you see in the whole Goodwill. So what they do with their donations, I have no idea. But our Salvation Army is completely different. They have a whole section that's nothing but kids and teenagers. And then you walk to the back and of course you have your novels and reading books. for the adults, but it's like they have so many books at our Salvation Army. It's crazy, but the Goodwill has none. So I don't know what they do with the book donations here, because I know me and my husband were taking books and dropping them off in both places because we had so many that didn't sell. And all the guy said when he come out to the car to help my husband unpack a good was, "Oh my God, not more books." Like they don't even want books. And they are one of the things that are way being overproduced. And the sad part about it is it's not the author's fault. When you sign up for a publishing company and you sell your books, you have to put out so many at once. I don't know what that number is. It could be 10,000. I don't know what it is. Every time books are published, you have to look up the information. But they're being overproduced so much here. Think about it. You'll see a book brand new coming out on the market, and they'll be charging like 20 some dollars if you look at the book covers. But at the same time, you go over to, what's it called, Ollie's outlet, and the book just showed me online on Google that it was just published and released for $21, and then I could go to Ollie's and get it for $3. Make sense of that, because I can't. They have to be overproducing books for it to have that carryover, because I'll tell you right now, that was part of the Outlander series, and that Outlander series was not cheap when they were first published. I told my husband it's so weird, because I said it was just released, the new, because it's a series, it just came out, but yet it's at Ollie's for like $3.99 is what the total was. It's crazy. Nice, Tina. And then we have blessing boxes too that not only have food, but people have built, like, they kind of look like gigantic birdhouses that open up. They have like little roofs and stuff on them, and they have blessing boxes where you can put food in them for the homeless. But they also have ones you can put books in to give out for free. And then the library purges, and they have bags of books for $5. So it's hard to be a bookstore owner when you're up against all these people. You go to Salvation Army, you can get them for $0.25 or $1. You go to a bookstore, they're like 20 some dollars when they're brand new. You know what I'm saying? Like, everywhere you go, books are all different prices. And there's just so many. Hey, Penny. I do believe I added you to my second channel, Penny. I just have to come and visit you in it. But that's so sweet, Tina. That's a sweet idea. But you go to the library and they have books stamped discarded, and I really hate that. I do. I can't stand seeing that stamp in a book. It's depressing. It's like they made that book an orphan. So you go to the library, or you go to any of the library purges they have here, and it's like a bag of books for $5 because they can't even get rid of the books, because they're just overly producing them. So cutting up books, people, it's different if you have like a poetry book from the 1800s that's rare. I'm not talking about the rare books. I'm talking about flower books and things like that. You can find tons of them, and they're still going to be here no matter what, even if you cut them up. That's all I'm saying. So the people that get upset over books being cut up, get over it. That's my philosophy, because I've never destroyed a book in my life. When we were in school, we were taught to put paper on them and to keep them good, because if you destroyed a book in school, you got in trouble with your parents because they'd have to pay for it. But as far as cutting up books that we see out, that there's tons of, I don't see a problem with it. I remember the first time I ever cut up a book, being in the book making, doing these journals, it was hard because you're taught the books are precious. But now that I see the overstock on everything, it doesn't bother me in the least to cut up a book nobody wants, because I'm actually making it into something pretty and keeping it here, and it's not ending up in the landfill. And that's how I see it. I see it through a different pair of eyes. And I am a book lover because I just always have been. But there are some books that I collect, and there are some books that I have no problem cutting up. And the ones that say discarded doesn't bother me in the least to cut up. But I know that people do get mad over it. They're like, oh my God, you're cutting up new books, blah, blah, blah. It's like, please. You go into my library and you can find tons of books that nobody wants. So that's how I see the vision of cutting up a book. Is that we're repurposing into something pretty. It's no different than seeing a bike in a dumpster, pulling it out, painting it, adding a wheel to it or whatever and fixing it up. It's the same thing. We see a book, we want to make it look beautiful. I mean, to me, this is how I look at it. Books gave their lives for us to be able to have paper in the first place. And some guy said it really well on Whatnot. I liked what he said on his Whatnot sale. He said, somebody came to him and said, books are dead trees that are tattooed when they're turned into books. And, when you think of it with that analogy, that's pretty cool. So we just tattoo them a little more. So people never usually complain to me anymore about me destroying books because they see the beauty of what we make in them. And they literally appreciate it. But when I get the chance, Penny, I'll come and visit you in my new channel. And I think I added you under it, but I haven't got to comment on your channel on it. But anyways, the second channel that I created is more of a teaching channel. And if you are interested, and I don't know if you could really pick up any customers, but you could try. I have a new group on Facebook called My Crafty Styles. And if you want to, you can join the group and you can post your Stampin' Up if you want to. And the new, like a picture of the new stuff that's coming out or something. I don't have strict rules in my Facebook group. It's more like a laid back, all kinds of crafters. We have people that do dolls, people that are into paper. I love it. So far, it's working out pretty good. When I upload my videos, I do one for Facebook and one for YouTube separate. I'm not putting my YouTube link into my Facebook because there's some people on my Facebook group that don't have YouTube. So that way they can see the videos too. But, that's up to you. People can post their YouTube links in the Facebook if they want to. I don't have a problem with any of that. But the only rules I have for my Facebook group is just be nice and courteous. That's it. You know what I mean? And if a troll enters, we'll take care of it. I'm very laid back when it comes to stuff because I have chat experience. So I don't have all these rules like, oh my God, if I have a sale, you can't post yours. I'm not a witch. I'm a strong-willed person, but I'm not mean when it comes to stuff like that. I'm very laid back. If you have the sale at the same time as somebody else, so be it. You didn't know when you planned it. So that's how I look at it. So let me get the link let me see, where's the link at? I'll put the link to the group in here. And I'm really liking the people who are joining because it is a nice variety. And just to let you know, I did a video and I kind of announced that we have an author in there. We are going to maybe have a second author come in. I have people that create dolls. I have people that work with paper. I have people who crochet, people who knit. I got one digital creator because I want her. And I'm really excited about it. But I was really stoked today when Norella joined the group because Norella is one of my favorite designers. She's Calico Designs and she's really colorful. So she's one of my favorite digital creators and she just joined the group today. So I was really happy that she joined because I love her stuff. I have bought her digitals in the past. And I'm trying to get Tracy Fox in, but we'll see if she joins or not. Because I like Tracy too. Tracy's more our there's the group. Tracy's more vintage, where even though Norella's vintage, she also is very colorful. She did Christmas horses that are so beautiful. Hey, Ty. So we have a nice variety of different type of crafters in that book. And Tina, I am so excited. I bought some of hers and made them into digitals and emailed them to her. So Tina is our mixed media digital person that if she decides to use the digitals I send her and put them in her and make an Etsy store. Come on, Tina, you know you want to. She can do hers. I just approved you, Penny. Thank you. We can have Tina as our mixed media digital, and that will be so cool to have that combo. All right. But Tina, what you could do with the digitals I sent you or some of your originals, you can make tags like you did these here. Make tags out of some of your digitals. And what you do is all you have to do is scan them, or I can turn them into digitals for you, whatever you want to do. And we can make a tag page to go along with the whole sheet. Usually when people do digitals, they'll do like a page of the whole page being, like, say this whole page here. They'll do like this whole page is a digital. And then they'll do different size of these. Like as a second page, they'll have like maybe, well, smaller than this because you want to get as many as you can fit on one page, but maybe like, you know, the tall, skinny ones, like so many of those. And they'll have pockets, like a couple pockets, enough to add stuff to journals. I might print off a set to give people an example of what digitals are turned into. The best thing I can do for now, for people that have never used digitals, I'll give you an example here in a second. I'll show you one that I ordered. I absolutely love this digital set. I'm a blue girl, so you know they're going to be blue. Let me pull up my Etsy for a second, and I'll show you a purchase. This is the best way to explain it. But when you do digitals, you want to have different, like a different page of different items to go into a journal. Come on, where's my purchases at? Don't make a liar out of me, Etsy. I've ordered Christmas ones because to me, this is the reason why I like digitals, and I'll explain. Some people don't like digitals because maybe they don't have a printer, or maybe they're not on Instant Ink where it saves you money. But the reason why I like a digital is because of this reason. If you buy, for an example, okay, that's no longer available. Well, I was trying to show you a picture. What the heck? Okay. For example, if you buy a paper pad, okay, we'll give you like this, for example. Come on. I'm just dropping stuff everywhere. Hold on. I'm being Mezzy Marvin again. Okay. For example, this is just me as a crafter, my thought process. When you buy a paper pad, here's like a Minty, okay? You get Merry and Bright, and you get these pictures. And this is the back of what you get. And you'll have like a certain variety of items. Like this comes with 12 double-sided printed sheets. You get one bonus sheet with elements on the back cover. Now in this, there is no pockets. There are no tags. Okay, so I find when I get paper pads, and don't get me wrong, I love my paper pads, I have a hard time creating an entire journal out of one paper pad. So a lot of times you got to buy 2 sets because you need extra pages if you don't get like 2, because some paper pads you only get 1 of each thing. You don't get 2. So then you got to buy 2 sets to be able to complete a journal because you want the tags and everything to match. And these are not cheap. You know, sometimes you pay a lot of money to get some of these, especially if you're into Stamperia and stuff like that. They could be like $14 to $20-something a pad. Okay, so we're going to set this aside. So, on that note, just to prove my point, this is a digital set that I had ordered, and look at everything that's in this digital set. You get the tags, you get what looks like postcards, you get the sheet of music. Look at all these pretty tags you get. You get the pieces of paper that's the whole sheets. Everything you could possibly use. These are the pockets of the journals once you put them together and you cut them out, because you got to cut everything out. But that's everything you get. That is a lot. And how much do you think they charge for all that? Compared to like $14 to $20-something a paper pad, that's only $2.69, people. And you get all that. And the thing is, when you buy a paper pad, because it's copyrighted, you can't print anymore. You have to buy the whole pad again. These here, once you buy them, you can print them as many times as you want. So tell me what versus what in cost is for you. I would rather pay the $2.69 and have things I could reprint than to have to buy 2 paper pads that are expensive. And some of these digitals are beautiful. Like, they're just as good as the paper pads. So that's my thought process on it all. And I wish some of the paper lines, this is just my personal thing, and I try to put it out there. Once you sell so many of your paper lines, I mean, because come on, when Stamperia comes out, it usually sells out. Why not turn, instead of retiring a paper line, why don't they turn them into digitals so that we can get them as digitals? You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I think it would be cool if they did. So that way we wouldn't get in trouble with all this copyright stuff. Oh, Kristen, was that sad? Oh my gosh, Penny, I love digitals. But there are some people in the crafted community, they do nothing but complain. You know how it is. You know what I'm talking about, Penny. They'll be like, and it's like, you're just jealous. Shut up. That's my thought process. And they get mad, but it's the truth. You know? Because I know that there's one digital person on here. She went through Etsy and did her digitals, and she did an amazing job with them. She made $25,000 in sales on her digitals to date. And she's only selling them for a couple dollars. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes more for less is best. I'm just saying. And I think it's cool that people do that. And I'm like you, Penny. I like everything. I like the digitals. I like the dyed. I like the paper pads. I mean, I like everything. I just get tired of the people fighting within the crafting community because it is jealousy, or they wouldn't be fighting about it. Some people just need to get over it. Let people do their craft and be happy. But that's what's wrong with the world today, is too many people try to control other people instead of just staying in your own lane, doing your own thing, And that's what I try to do. Like, I want to be able to enjoy all the stuff. And I just don't understand where the bickering comes from, because to each their own. Everybody's going to craft how they want. They're going to use the products they want. I mean, I don't agree with using dryer sheets. There's some crafters that use dryer sheets in their artwork, but does that make it bad? No. I mean, if that's what they want to use and they can make something pretty with it, more power to them, because it really is cool, some of the things that they make with dryer sheets. They literally use it like cheesecloth, and it's like layered, and they'll put like, a piece of paper and a button over top of it. And really, dryer sheets are pretty cool when you look at them layered. Or people that take apart tea bags, and they use the soft part of the tea bag. They get rid of all the seeds and everything, but the tea bag's already dyed because they used it. So they just cut it, let it dry, and it's grunged. Me, would I do that? I don't know. I never thought about using things that were food or things you put in your clothes. I don't know. And then I saw another lady. She saves bread twisties, and she made the coolest fence ever. She took the twisties off of breads, and she painted them and turned it into this cute little fence, and she stuck it in a book, and it was amazing. But to me, my thought process is, I'm not putting these people down for using those things, but I have enough clutter that I can't see myself just saving dryer sheets. You know what I mean? To me, there's got to be a cutoff, because I only have so much storage area. So I probably won't be using dryer sheets, and I won't be using tea bags in my stuff, but I have other things. You know what I mean? Like, I have like junk envelopes and things like that. And some people don't even like using junk mail. And I think junk mail is the coolest thing ever. So I don't know. Yeah. But if that's what makes them happy as a crafter, I'm not here to judge. If they like that kind of stuff, then I guess to each their own. But whatever they create is pretty amazing. Some of the things that these people create on here blows me away, because I would have never even thought of some of this stuff. I would have been like, oh my gosh, I never thought about using a tea bag cover, or, overlooking some simple things. And it's like, because some people don't have the money, they're living on a budget, or they're retired and they don't have that advantage to go out and buy new stuff. So I do get it. I do get it. Oh, Ty. Make a second channel, Ty, and become a crafter. And just peek. You'd be surprised. I'll throw some names your way. And you could go undercover as a crafter, and it will blow your mind. It will blow your mind. It's unreal. Ty's crafty spy. Serious. You would be surprised undercover what you would learn about the crafting community. It would give you a nice video. I mean, from the supplies that people use and others complain about, to, oh, let's go to this sale under a fake ID and run up a $200 bill and then tell the person we're not paying for it. Yeah. It's amazing. It's just, nothing surprises me anymore. It just doesn't. People are assholes. That's all I have to say. In so many different ways. It would blow your mind. And I just sit back here sometimes and I'm like, okay, okay. And then one week somebody's best friends with one person, and the next week they're no longer friends and they're hanging out with somebody else. And it's like, oh my God, sometimes you feel like you're back in kindergarten sandbox. Sometimes I just don't say anything. I just sit back and whatever. I could give you some juicy stories, but I try to stay out of the drama part of it. I just listen. But a lot of people, I'm the type of person, even when I was in high school, I never conformed to a clique, and I never will. I'm a born leader, people. I am not a follower of any kind. Not saying that I'm not open to learn from people or things like that. I'm not a narcissistic person that thinks I know everything and all that kind of stuff, because it's not true. I will learn to the day I die. But when it comes to being a part of a clique and sticking my tail between my legs and doing what people want, it's not going to happen. Never going to happen. And because you don't conform to something, sometimes you're shunned. And, and a lot of times the way I look at it, when you see a group of people running off a bridge, would you jump with them? Somebody made a comment to me, well, it depends on what they're jumping off the bridge from. And I'm like, well, are you going to follow, or are you going to find out the truth before you jump off that bridge? Because I'm not following people. And sometimes the one voice in the crowd is actually the correct one. It's not the crowd that's correct. And that's just my motto on life. And I don't care if you're rich, poor, it doesn't matter. We all shit and piss the same. And that's how I look at it. We're all human. We're all doing the best we can while we're here with this life. And I think life itself is the biggest accomplishment. Every up and down you face, every bad and good you face, that is life. And I just will not conform to a clique. I will not. And because of that reason, I get treated funny sometimes, and it's just the way it is. But I'm never going to. It's never going to happen, because I was raised to stand up for what you believe in, and that's why I have a passionate soul. If I'm wrong about something, or if I don't know the truth about something, I don't say anything until I find out. But if I'm passionate about something, I will stand up for what I believe in. And a lot of times people don't like that when people speak their mind, because they feel that you should conform, and I won't do it. I would never make it in another country where women have no rights. I'd be stoned to death. Because I just won't. I have certain beliefs, and I'm going to stand by them. And sometimes people just don't like it. I find that some people can't handle the truth either. You tell the truth about things, and people can't handle the truth because they don't want to hear it. They think truth is drama, and it's not. There's a big difference. And no matter how bad or good the drama is, and I've been through some ringers that nobody will even know on YouTube. Certain things I just never shared. I have been through lots of ups and downs. And sometimes the truth hurts like a bitch, but it doesn't mean you can't stand up and still face it. I'm not a sweeper. I don't sweep stuff under the rug, even if it hurts me. I have to stand up and face everything that comes my way, because that's my strength. When I'm knocked down, I pick my ass right back up again. And that's my philosophy. And I see some people that they can't do that. Like, I remember this one lady years ago who was in a really bad way. She was in an abusive relationship. She had no confidence in herself. She couldn't get out of it. And she lived on pills. Like, I had never seen a woman with so many pills on her kitchen table. And I thought, oh my God, I could never end up like that. I will never let a person beat me down to that point. And life's a struggle. When people go through things, it is a struggle. I've seen people in abusive relationships. I've seen people in drug issues. I've seen people in slums. I've seen, I have met people from all walks of life, and it is not good in a lot of ways. There's a lot of bad things going on out there, worse than the big bad wolf stories we used to hear as kids. And you look back at some of those stories, the really original stories of the big bad wolf, he ate the pigs. The original stories are so creepy. If you go back and look at the nursery rhymes from the 1800s to now, they were horrible. I thought, oh my gosh, I could have never read this to my kids. They've changed them over time, but they were actually horrible stories. And, sometimes we do tend to raise our kids in a bubble. Like, we don't want them to see the harm and the badness out there because we want them to have the best life. But then sometimes I think it's good that they see this kind of stuff because they're prepared better when it comes in their face. Like, my oldest daughter and I have talks like this all the time. She says, Mom, I feel like I was raised in a bubble. I said, so was I. We were raised protected. But then when you get to a certain age and then you see the bad things out there, it's very shocking for somebody who's never experienced it. But then I feel for the kids who are raised in it. Life itself is such a journey. It just really is. But all I know is it's too short. In a blink, it's over. And I just try to live it the best way I can. And that's my motto on it all. And if people don't like my best, I don't know what to tell them. Because I can't do any better, I do the better with what I have learned and how I was raised, and that's all I can do. So when I'm on here, I try to share what I can. Some things I can't share because it's personal, but I do try to share a lot of things of experiences I've been through. And if I haven't been through that experience, then I like to listen to people who've been through some things I haven't been through. You know what I mean? That's how you learn. But I can sympathize. I might not have been there to live it, but I can sympathize with people who have been hurt. I've known people who have been sexually molested by their fathers, stepfathers. I know people who have been raped. Just from all walks of life. My friends and the people that have crossed my path for seasons or a reason are from all walks of life. And I love that melting pot, but it's hard sometimes because if I would bring those friends into one room, they might not all get along, but it's okay because they're my friends. You know what I mean? I try to accept people for who they are. Alrighty, you have a good night too. And Ty, you made me cry on your stream. I hate it that you lost your puppy. Ty lost her fur kid, and I'm telling you, she breaks my heart when she talks about her kid because I know what it's like. I miss my Hope cat that I had for 22 years. And it's so hard because I'll be sitting there listening to her talk about Rocco, and I'm just like, no. Ty, I know what the feeling's like because every time I see the word Hope, I miss my cat terribly. She was beautiful and I miss her. And so I know what it's like, and you don't get over it. I think with time, you're going to have moments. I lost my cousin who was my best friend when I was in my 20s. I still have moments. There's sometimes I think about him so strong and I can't stop the tears. And there's some days I can be okay. I'm okay. Like I can live that day okay, but I get it. Believe me, I get it. It's horrible when you lose your pets and people you love. But you're welcome anytime. But don't think that people aren't over here tearing up with you because we definitely are. Because it is sad. It is very sad. And I can hear it in your voice how much you miss him. But you love your indie girl because she's cute too. I think she's adorable too. I just keep busy. That's been my motto here lately. That's all I do is keep busy anymore. Keeps me out of trouble. And you're welcome anytime. One of these days we'll have to do a one-on-one talk behind the scenes. If you ever need a friend, you know where I'm at. We can always go on StreamYard or something, not live, and just gab. You take care. Enjoy your writing. Sometimes I'll sit down to watch Ty's channel and I'll have like my food in front of me and I'll be like, maybe I should wait and watch it after I'm done eating. Because when I watch her channel, sometimes I don't know if I'm going to be in tears or if I'm going to laugh so hard I'll choke on my food. So I try to stick to something neutral when I'm eating, and then I go back and watch it later because you just never know. She has these funny little inserts she sticks in her videos that's so hysterical sometimes you just bust out laughing. But anyways, I'm going to stencil some onto this. Let me see what I got here. I don't know if I should use a paintbrush. I'm always afraid when I use a paintbrush that it'll run. Let me see here. I think I used a stencil. I don't know which one I used the last time. I'm not sure. Let it pick a stencil. Let's see here. I really don't want to use like one thing. I want to use like a design of some sort. Let me see here. Okay, where did I put my stencil that I got from Tina and Teresa? I have 2 of them. Where's the rest of them at? I swear every time I come down here and clean, I lose something. Oh, there they are. I was like, I know they can't be far because I didn't move them. Okay. Let's pick something. I want to do flowers too. So we have that one. We have, oh, this one's kind of cute. I haven't used this one yet. And this one. Oh, that one's cool too. Tina, this is hard to pick from these. These are so cool. Thank you, Tiff. Guess I could try this one. Tina, these are so cool. I never know which one to pick, seriously. I'm like, because they're all so awesome. So there's that one. And what can we do on the other page? Do something else. Pick a couple. That one's kind of cool too. I don't know. They're cool. But we'll try these two and see what happens. I want to use what I did before. Still. Disappear. Let's do this. Stay there and don't move. Some more on here. This was from Tina and Teresa with the makeup sponge. And I think I moved it, but oh well. Stuff happens. My phone. Shh. It's like beep, 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 beep. It's on vibrations. Now what did I do? My gosh, my whole chat disappeared. It's like, what the heck? Okay. I'm going to pull a Tina. And I'm going to lift this up, which is probably all going to be run together, but that's okay. And I'm going to take this side and I'm going to flip it over. And see what happens with the other side. So like I said, this is my experiment book. So, yeah. Anything goes. We're going to lift that up. Oh, that is so cool on the bottom. I actually like the other side better. What the heck? Huh. But I think there was a way that you guys did this, and then you kind of smeared it to give it like a lighter effect. That's not bad. But now I get why your hands are covered. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That's why it's Tina's Messy Crafty Life, because this stuff is messy. Tina making a mess. Okay. Big sun mess over here. I forgot to lay out paper towels. Okay. Let me lay this out on my knee. So I get my pants all white. Okay. I don't know if you're still in here, Tina, but this is absolutely funny. Messy, messy. You know, you almost kind of need like a pan of soap suds beside you so that when you're done with the stencil, you could just flop it in there. And then clean it up later. Unless you plan on using the stencil again, of course, then you wouldn't be able to, but. Oh, excuse me. Didn't mean to bust your eardrums with my sneezes. Okay. Now that I got white specks all over me, I'll just leave them there because I'll have to clean up later. I just don't want it to get on anything I touch. Okay. So we're going to leave this one wrapped in paper towels and I will clean you later. Okay. Because I used so much white. Oh my word. And this side over here, I'm going to do it again. We can always add color later. This time, I'm going to do something a little different though. What can I use? Oh, not big. Let me grab. We'll grab a littler one. This time I'm going to use a paintbrush. Oh, come on. Just to see. What happens? Well, the new author that I met on Whatnot, Gina Stell, I'm reading her new book, and then I'm going to do a review on it. She's really nice. Um, I always wanted to be an editor, like a person that goes through and reads novels and kind of like fix punctuation and stuff like that. And so far in her book, I found 2 misspelled words. Or 2 words. They weren't misspelled. They were the wrong words in the sentence. So I sent her a message to let her know because I don't know if all her books are printed or she gets so many at a time. I'm not sure how that works because I never worked in a publishing house. And she goes, "Thank you so much for letting us know, but I think her books were published. The word choose should be chose, and cheeks turned red, and they had checks, CHECKS instead of cheeks." So I did find a couple errors, but it's not that I'm a Nazi. Please do not get me wrong. I just have a habit of catching that stuff. I don't plan it, but I just wanted to let her know in case they ran off more copies, they could actually fix it if they wanted to. But if they don't, they don't. It's up to her. But the book is really good. It's called Hope, and she sent me a signed copy that I got off of Whatnot. I only paid $10 for it, and I'm going to do a review when it's over. But it's cool. It's a really good book. It's like action and suspense to it. There are some cuss words in it. It's very capturing from the beginning. It's one of those types that you kind of don't want to put down. You want to finish reading. So I'm impressed with that part of it so far. The storyline's really good. I could see something like this turning into a movie, like a series. I don't know about like not. I don't think it would be a movie, but I think it would be like a good series. And I think she is working on book 2. I don't know if it's a series or not. I didn't ask her, but I know she's on to writing her second book, and it's good. I'll probably end up finishing it tonight. They have these things called reading sprints that I seen on another reading channel, and I kind of like the concept of it. It was created by a person named something Adam or Adam something. And because if you're a reader like me, if I pick up a good novel, like one of them thick hardbacks, I can read one in like a couple hours. If it is that capturing of my attention. And I'll tell you whose books I loved was Jackie Collins. Oh my God. She definitely had a book you just did not want to go to sleep. At least me. I wanted to read the thing and be done with it as soon as possible because I just loved her writings. And because I read like that, I tested out of college like it. I'm not a speed reader and I'm not a slow reader. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm like, here if it was 5 or 636 word comprehension of what, and how they test you is you had to read a story. It was and you sat in a booth and the story was in front of you, so you can't go back and cheat when you answer the questions. That's how they check with a timer how fast you read and then how much you're scanning with your brain and how much you pick up. And I had 80, but it depends on what I'm reading too. Like if it's, I forget, I had a real sucky reading on one because it just was awful. They gave me, I think it was a paper where you had to read about additives in food. And then you had to answer questions that, oh my God, it was awful because I just not interested. I could care less about additives. But then they gave me a story on Bigfoot and I did way better because it also depends on the content and how much you're into it. So, I mean, who wouldn't want to read Bigfoot over additives in food? I mean, come on. So, but it's cool that they check out your reading material. So I have a tendency that when I would read, what I learned about myself when I was in college was I scan, like my brain will scan across things I'm really not interested in, but it picks up the things that I am interested in. And so I found those spellings like right off the bat, because I loved English and diagramming sentences when I was in school. So I've always liked English class, and the misspelled words caught my attention real fast. And I'm always misspelling. That's why I said I'm not the Nazi police. I misspell all the time. But I did catch them in her book. And I don't know who proofread, but that's what I would have done. Not editing, proofreading is one of the things that I think would have been a fun job. I like to proofread stuff. That'd have been cool too. People writing new novels, just taking in proofreading before they were published, just to go over it. They do have jobs like that here, but I don't know. My dream job was just to always own a bookstore. By the time I got out of school, they were all selling out because it's just too hard to make a living at it when you just have books. This was before audio and Kindles and all that kind of stuff. But I've always loved books. I've always had a love for books my whole life. I was a library nerd. I liked hanging out in the library. That was my solace, my place to disappear. Okay, so this one's done. With the paintbrush, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take this up, and I'm going to bring it down here, and I'm going to turn it over. And then I'm going to take the sponge and kind of press it to the page and see what happens. I don't know what will come off of this. Not a lot. Just because I took my time and I didn't put like a bunch of paint on at once. This is a cool experiment though. You get kind of specks because this was doused with it and the paintbrush wasn't. So you definitely get two different types of looks. Okay, get some more paper towels here before I start playing with this one and cleaning it up. I love having my paper towels and my baby wipes down here. Now I can understand why she's called Tina's Messy Crafty Life, because man, this stuff is messy. But anyway, I don't want to give away the book. I did a video on it and I read the synopsis on the channel, but it was really nice of her to send a signed copy. But so far, I told her, the storyline is very capturing of the attention, other than the two words misspelled. It is a good book. It would be fun if it turned into a series because it's really cool storyline. And it definitely makes you want to read more about what's going to happen. It's like one of those stories that unfolds. You get pieces of it as you're reading it, and it's like a discovery. Like you don't know what's going to happen next. So it's pretty cool. And I do like the book for that reason. Okay. So now that I've made a complete white mess, I'm going to add some color. Alrighty, Penny, you have a good one. I don't know anything about Pay Vintage. CDC, that's something that you would have to ask Ty when she was in here. She's doing really good on her channel. Take care, Penny, and sweet dreams. I don't know anything about the pay part of it because I don't want this channel monetized. If my second channel gets monetized, then I'll let you know. I don't know if it'll ever make it to that. I have no clue. But if it does, it does. It doesn't, it doesn't. I'm having fun no matter what. What is it with these pop-ups on Chrome? Settings. I don't know. I'm going to have to check this out later. I keep getting these pop-ups right in front of the chat on Restream, and I don't understand why. It's weird. Okay. So we have red over here. And way too much white. So let's do maybe something like this will work. It's playtime. I'm going to bring this stencil back out. Oops. No, it's supposed to fall. And it's dry already, so we're good. Maybe like this. I'm going to bring some random color back to this. But instead, I'm going to use paintbrush. And I love having like 3 sets of these. So I'm going to do it this way instead this time. And that's another thing I think is cool when you're doing mixed media is that you can color over something if you've used too much. So I get it when I was talking to Tina and she says you can express yourself more. I see what you mean by that in so many different ways. It's like there's like no such thing almost as a mistake on here that can't be like touched up and fixed, and you can express yourself in different ways where there's like no limit. So I get it, Tina. I get it. You know, when you crochet, or you're sewing by hand and you make a mistake, you have to like take that stitch out. Where sometimes when you're in mixed media and you make what you think is a mistake, you can fix it. You know, by having all this white on here and I want to bring color back, you can layer to fix it. And it's like anything goes. It's like mixed media is just so different from any other stuff I've tried. In that sense, I like it. Tina, are you still in here or did she leave? I was going to ask her in mixed media. I've heard people talking about mediums. What does medium mean? Does that mean anything? Like, I always thought medium meant it's particular type of paint or something. But I heard people talk and they were saying a medium could be anything like fabric or lace. But I don't understand how that's a concept of medium. You know what I mean? I mean, if I'm going to say use lace, I'm just going to say use lace. I don't understand the definition, where the definition of medium comes in with that, with those items. Or is medium like anything cloth? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know if she's still in here or not. I wish sometimes, like when you're on Whatnot, it'll tell you who joins. And we used to have a chat program. It would tell you when people joined and when people left. You know, so you know who actually got disconnected from the internet or if they just left because they left. I wish they had that on YouTube. So you could see who's still in your stream. So you don't feel like you're talking to yourself. Tiff, if you ever want to come up here, please let me know. I can always send you the link and you can join me on the panel to craft with me if you are interested. You come craft with me anytime. I like having company. I like doing it by myself. It don't matter. It's all fun. Okay, we're going to pull this back out before I pull this up. It's the same paper towel. Oh, I need some more baby wipes. I'm almost out. I have some upstairs, though. Will you just let me know when? Ew. This is getting a grunge look. I love it. I'll tell you another person's really good at mixed media too is Teresa, the friend that Tina introduced me to. Oh my goodness. That girl can whip out some pretty stuff in her mixed media too. she does this thing where she pats it on, and then she like absorbs it back up again, and it makes the prettiest stuff, designs. I'm still new to this, so I do not quite know what I'm doing. Okay, so that looks cool. Of course, my stuff's sliding everywhere. Yeah, so we gave color back to the page. And, very interesting. Let's try this. In the meantime, yeah, I do. Still have a sponge over here. It's got some orange on it. So we're going to take this page because we're going to let this dry here in a second. And we're going to do some orange splatters. It's gonna be cool. Up here. Orange splatters in here. Give it some texture over here and some wild colors. And then, oh, I squeezed my bottle to death. I'm gonna try something. I want to take this side. Just like various places. Scatter. That's good. that up there. Put that there. That's cool. Okay. I'm going to take geez, come on, leg. Give me a second to stretch my leg. I hate arthritis. Thank you, Tiff. Hold on a second. I gotta stand up for a second. On my way. Step on you. Oh my God, my arthritis sucks. Okay. I'm going to try not to be loud because my face is right next to the microphone. Okay, so first off, I'm going to dry this a little bit more. I'm going to take these pieces. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. We'll do that one, that color. This one, this color. And this one, this color. Okay. Then I'm going to take another paintbrush. It's too big. Let's get a littler one. We'll do this one. Do this with paint. Marker and paint. a little bit more. Not a lot. I said a little bit. Anyways, I'll make some swirls on this page. This wasn't planned. But then mixed media never planned with me. Okay. What the heck? Hold on, people. My browser's just clicking in other videos and everything. Did you guys hear that? Oh my gosh. You cannot leave this laptop unattended. One of the other YouTubers I follow, she was just standing there doing a dance to music. As it was coming across, it's like, what the heck? We're just using up this paint so it don't go to waste. Because it's spilled. It was meant to be. That's what I say. It's what was meant to happen, so I would use this color on this page for some reason. The happy accident. Isn't that what Bob Ross used to say? Happy accidents. He used to make painting look so easy. Okay. Looks good to me. And then this piece that's left. I love this mess. It's better than the Ben Quicker Picker Upper. Just take a wet one and go over your mat, and that color is gone. Okay. So we're going to dry this up some. Sorry, my dryer is noisy here. I'm going to mute this for a second so I don't blast your ears. Okay, then we're going to grab my handy dandy glue brush over here that is soaking in alcohol. It keeps it to where it doesn't get stiff. Elmer's glue is potent. So anyways, we're going to take my favorite clear Elmer's. Need to clean this brush good too, away from the alcohol. And we're going to cover those little, like a decoupage, those little pieces of paper I stuck on here. Okay. Back over here. Soak. Wipe my paint nozzles off. He's back in my little box. Then I'm going to mute again real quick. Okay, then. So this is what our nurturing background is going to look like. And let's see here. Let's do a layout here. See what this is going to look like. We have a lot of green over there. So we can do right there. And then a piece can go there. A little bit of purple and white there. A little bit of pink right there. Some yellow. Some blue. Some blue over here. Do that piece like that. Put a little purple right there. vanilla fuzz right there. A white flower right there. Maybe a little white one right there. And how about that right there? What you think, Tuff? I like the variety. Looks like a really cool botanical page. Okay. So now we glue it all in. Make sure I get the corners. I'm really loving making this a botanical book. These are like magazine and book cutouts. Gosh, magazines are so cool for decor. The bone folder over here. Pages curl up, so sometimes the pieces want to curl. I'm all about flowers. It's like this is almost like a spring journal type of deal. I like it. A lot of work goes into this too. I hear you, Ron. My little puppy. I hear her up there's upstairs moving around. Okay. Now I'm going to do the same thing. With this paintbrush. And Elmer's glue again. Decoupage it. Looks good. I really love this clear Elmer's glue for decoupage. I'm going to have to get some more. How cool is that? Oh, love it. Okay. I'm going to mute again for a second just for the dryer. I'm just flabbergasted. I cannot get over how some of this mixed media stuff turns out. It still blows my mind. Tina made me do it. I blame Tina. She got me in mixed media. She made me do this. I never thought I would enjoy mixed media this much, Tina. I don't know if she's here or she can never hear me, but now I know why she loves it so much. And there we go. All this messy fun. I'm going to leave the other side alone just because I like the way that like splashes over. That's cool looking. And it just blows my mind every time I do mixed media and I see how this stuff turns out. I just can't get over it. This for a second. Okay. Spray some rubbing alcohol on. That's what I keep in this little bottle. Is rubbing alcohol to take the paint off. Works pretty good. I got these at the dollar store. Or no, maybe it was on Amazon. They have these squirt bottles. They're really good price. It amazes me how much rubbing alcohol removes paint and stuff. It's really cool. And marker off of plastic. Great stuff. I got white paint on my pinky. There it goes. Yes. Now I'm cleaned up for my paint mess. Oop, I forgot a flower. Probably when I was running my blow dryer. It was blowing everywhere. Let's see. Let's put you. We'll do you too. Can't leave one out. We'll put you up there. And I'll just decoupage you with my finger instead of a paintbrush. If you will hold still. There you go. Let's get an extra flower. Turned out pretty good. So there we go. Another 2-page spread. It looks cute. At least in my opinion it does. Okay. I'll hold it up so you can get a better look at it. And this is how it turned out. All those yellow splotches and flowers and the stenciling. I love how the sides turn out like a splash. Even when it ran together, you can cover it. And then this here, I did a white swirly outline with an acrylic paint marker. This has got word pages on it, flowers, stenciling. I love how both these pages turn out. They look pretty. And let's see. Oh, not again. Oh, gosh. Every time I turn around, I'm making these things fly everywhere. My stickers just hit the floor. And what we could do... No, I think I want to just leave it flowers. I mean, I could throw some butterflies on there. Like maybe one right there. And maybe like one over here. I don't know. Let me find a different one. We got a baby one. And then we can put one like right here or something. Like spread them out. Or we could put it, maybe right there. Yeah. Something like that. Make it look like it's landed. You like the butterflies on there, Tiff, or should I leave them off? I mean, I love butterflies, but we could just leave this like this. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the butterflies on there. Because I kind of want to... I mean, I could add them. They do kind of look pretty. I don't know. I think at this point, to be honest, I think everybody's scrounging monetarily wise. Because we have, or I could just do this like this. Yes, Ty, I am still here. I think that there's people like when I'm on Instagram and I'm on Whatnot and things like that. The only thing that I have to say about the money thing going on right now is with inflation, people are scrounging to try to make extra money, CDC, because I see a lot of Poshmark, eBay, Mercari. It's like everybody's turning into a melting pot with on Whatnot and stuff like that because people are really getting desperate. There's one person that I mod for on Whatnot. They're really struggling, rent. I feel sorry for anybody renting right now. I never liked renting when I rented, but you got to remember I was back in the day when rent was $125 a month. I can't imagine paying $1,000 and all that because, when I was growing up, at least I'm only speaking for my area. I'm not speaking for every other state because there's other states that are high cost of living. But when me and my husband started out, we had a great landlord. We paid $125 a month rent. This was like back in 1989 or something like that. I mean, it was a long time ago. And we didn't have like central air. We didn't have like a lot of updated apartments. They weren't the ghetto. Don't get me wrong. They weren't bad, but they were like our first apartment didn't have central air. It didn't have a garage to park your car. You parked outside. You put air conditioning in your windows. The only thing I did like about the apartment was it had like a gas heater in every room so you could adjust the temperature of the rooms. And that's where I started out as a single mom, and I was raising my daughter there. And then my husband and I met. Well, we knew each other, but we got together at that time later. And Jade was about 6, my oldest daughter, when me and him got together, and he adopted her. But I was working steady afternoon turn in the kitchen of a nursing home. And so back then you rented at an amount where you could act like we didn't get raises on rent where I lived. So you could save money to buy a house. That's how it was back then. Nowadays, the payments of renting blow me out of the water because they're higher than some house payments. Like, it's pretty messy right now, the way the economy is. It just shocks me. But when it started here, what I saw with experience was when the oil people came in. We still have rent here that's $350 a month and $400. Don't get me wrong, it's all over the place here depending on where you're at. But it was like when the oil people come in and mineral rights and all that, everything jumped. Like, some of these people thought, oh, I can take advantage of this. And then a lot of people who were single moms or struggling, they were basically given notice and kicked out of places. And it was really sad because a lot of these people didn't have places to go. All right, Ty. And thank you, Tiff. But the sad part is, when we had our house for rent, the last house we rented, we flipped it and we rented it CDC, and it didn't have central air. All it had was the only thing that needed done. It had a tiny garage, but not. It was a garage we put up. It was like a metal building that you could park one vehicle in. It did not have central air because this house was built where the 2x4s in the house were railroad ties because it was an old house. The only thing that needed done, it had a brand new furnace and everything ran to it. It just needed sided on the outside. So when we rented it, I didn't rent it for outrageous. I picked $350 a month because I felt that's what I would have paid to live there. Because when we were buying the house, it was like $126 a month for the house payment. But by the time we did the upgrades and everything that we did when we flipped it, I thought $350 was, around here was good because it didn't have central air and fancy things with it. And the mother that rented it she had like 4 kids, you know what I mean? So we were happy, but that's another story. It got burnt to the ground, but it was an accident. And it's funny how drama happens because the guy that came in, they thought that it could be repaired. I said, dude, that house can't be repaired. It's done. Like, it's burnt to the ground. You're not going to get it. The only thing it wasn't burnt was the basement. So good luck with that. We had a, the fire department even busted the windows out of the bay window to get hoses into it. That part of it made me sick. That bay window was not cheap. But anyways, it is what it is. To me, it was just a house, even though we put a lot of work into it. Yeah, it was sad, but I'm just glad nobody died in it. That's how I look at it. And I had people mad at me because I wasn't like laying on the ground screaming and crying. I'm like, dude, the renter took it harder than I did because that was her home. She lost everything and she didn't have anything insured. I spent the day at the laundromat because the laundry was downstairs. And of course they had everything, yellow taped. I went into the basement and plucked a lot of the kids' clothes that she had in the basement. All they were was drenched and smelled like smoke. So I went online and Googled what takes smoke out. I took them to the laundromat. I spent the whole day and I saved 2 garbage bags full of clothes and blankets for her and the kids to get the smell out of it, because that's me as a renter. I want to know the people that rent for me. I drilled her for 2 hours before she even rented. Nowadays, I feel like when you rent, because she even told me herself, I've never had such a kind landlord. She says, my landlord's never talked to me. It's like nowadays, communication's sad. Like, I know a lot of people that rent and they mail checks. They don't even get to talk to the people who they rent from. And I find that sad because the guy we rented off of, he was always visiting us and talking to us. Like, he would come down and pick up the money in person. And he said, if you're ever late or short, just let me know ahead of time. We'll make a deal. He even let me have my 2 cats there. Like, he was so good. And there was really lines of open communication. And you don't see that nowadays. It's like people don't want to talk to people. That's like, just give me your check and go away. And I think that's sad. But anyways, it's just changed. And I feel like, you asking me about people with money, I feel that it's sad because there are some desperate people. They're going to have a struggle as things get worse, because some people that maybe, like, I don't know how to explain it to cover it, because I don't like, I'm a person that I don't like to speak for a general population, because we're all snowflakes and everybody's different. But somebody had asked me one time, I did a video on a specific recipe, and they're like, why were you so specific in everything you said? I said, because you do realize there's people that are raised as foster kids and they have never been taught anything. So when I try to do stuff, I try to be as specific as possible, because there are people out there that are not educated. Have you seen plastic bags lately where they say don't put over your head because you can suffocate? I mean, really, we didn't have directions like that when we were kids. We knew better. But some people apparently don't nowadays. And it's not that they're dumb. It's just some people are ignorant of being raised in a proper way where they're taught everything. And I do know this from experience, because I have met some foster kids who, it's sad, because they were taken off their parents so young and they never really learned anything. And I knew a girl who she didn't know how to cook shit. Like, literally did not know how to cook nothing. And she was married with a kid and freaking out because she didn't have no experience with this. And it's sad that that happens, but it does. So I feel like, there's a Whatnot person selling. They have never in their life had property owned in their family. They have no clue what that's like, because all their generations that they know, they've all rented. And I find that sad, because they'll never know what it's like to have their own property to maintain it. And honestly, they were busting their behind on Whatnot trying to raise money, because they were behind $2,000 in rent. And they had to come up with that money, and they basically lived on Whatnot almost 24/7 to try to make that money. It was sad that you have to do that and depend on online, because we know online income is not always there, especially when you're a reseller. It's not always guaranteed you're going to make that money. And I feel for this person, because it's a struggle. And I suggested, why don't you get a camper? Why don't you try to put money back for a drivable camper? Because it's not somebody that's got kids. It's just him and his wife. You know what I mean? It's just a couple people. So hopefully they do, because I would like to see him get out of the rut that he's in. Because to me, I know it's sad to say, because I can't predict the future. I don't know what's going to happen. And I think that's what a lot of people are going through. They don't know what the future is going to hold, because our government, this country is messed up. And if people can't see it, they're blind. And we don't know what's going to happen from one day to the next. That's why you have homesteaders really working it and living off the grid, because it's scary where this country's going, because we don't know. There's nobody that can guarantee us. But I'll tell you this, I'm not going to rely on the government for my survival. So that's why a lot of people are building pantries and they're doing different things. And I feel for the people, because it's almost like it's coming to the survival of the fittest. And that's what I see. I watch all kinds of YouTubers, and it's like, unless you're rich and you got, big pile of gold, if the value of the dollar drops, we are screwed. And it's scary. But, I don't know what's going to happen. But I feel that if you are prepared, it can't hurt to have a pantry and some stuff built up. I mean, what's it going to hurt? You're just going to have extra food. We bought a dehydrator, and we're doing things that we need to do. And I just see that there is a good online community where they are helping each other. And I think it's really cool that they are, because there are people in need right now, and it's really sad. And I'll tell you one thing right now, I don't know about you all, but the scammers are getting horrible. We're getting scams like you would not believe. I mean, like, I'm getting messages sent to my cell phone claiming to be my bank, and they're not my bank. I don't open nothing sent in messages. And it's amazing the things that you get bombarded with, even on your cell phone. You get phone numbers calling you, that scammers using your own area codes. And these scammers are getting smarter, and it kills me how many people think that online voting and all this stuff is not hackable. I have to laugh at people. I'm sorry, but they don't know what they're talking about. I don't believe in online voting at all. I just don't. I will never back that, because I know for a fact my husband served in the Navy, and we got a call, and this was a while ago, like years ago. I can't remember. We were in our old house. We've been here over 14 years. So over 14 years ago, my husband got a phone call about his Social Security number might be compromised because somebody broke into the military files and could have possibly got a hold of it. And so think about that. If your military has one of the most highest and efficient people for protection, and they can get into that, they can get into anything. So, yeah, I believe voter fraud and all that stuff. I do believe that that is here, because they cannot stop people, it seems like, from hacking. I mean, my God, I can't even get my Instagram account back because of a hacker. So you think I'm going to believe in online voting? Oh, hell no. So, with everything fraudulent, I just feel like if you can't trust your government, you can't trust who runs your country. Who can you trust, I don't know. A lot of people don't like these topics, but I do, because I'm worried about what it's going to be like for my grandkids and my kids and stuff. And it's scary. It just is. So that's my take on the money situation. And I feel like a lot of times you can hear desperation. When you have these people every 5 minutes, like, share, and subscribe my channel, like, share, and subscribe. I get so sick of hearing that saying from certain channels, because they do it like every second that you're in, and it's the desperation, because either they're monetized, they're not monetized, trying to get monetized. And it's just really sad, because, if people don't know to like, share, and subscribe, something's wrong. And there's some that, sometimes I forget to share, but I do try. Like, if I'm in a live stream, I try to remember to post at least to my community tab. Sometimes I do forget, but I always hit the like button. And when I give somebody watch time, it's always full. I don't go in and watch 3 minutes and leave. I don't care how bad or good it is. If I'm going to sit there and I'm going to watch the whole thing or listen. And it depends on what kind of channel it is. If it's a gamer, I can listen and leave it play while I'm doing laundry and dishes and whatever. And say they run like 6-hour gaming or 4 hours, I'll let it run an hour per day. Like, I'll let it run an hour when I'm doing laundry, and then I'll go back to that channel, let it run another, but they will still get the full watch time. They might not all get it at once, depending on what I'm doing. But there are sometimes I've let gamers run 4 hours. Like at nighttime when I go to bed, I'll leave my phone run and I'll hit it on that gamer stream and just let it play, because they're really not talking or doing anything that I need to see. I can usually watch the beginning of it and know if they're playing a good game or something. I just make a comment. The only time I watch it is if I want to comment on the entire content. Like when Ty does hers, it's a story. So I want to hear what she says from beginning to end. Then you have another streamer that might have turtles, in a it's just the bubbles. It's just relaxing. It's all about the aquarium. There's nothing being said that you have to watch, so I'll just let that play. Or if it's a fish tank, there's another person I follow, they do live streams. That's all their live stream is it they show their fish tank. And it's the noise. I just go to sleep and let it run. But there's times that you got to watch, like if it's a craft or it's something when I want to learn, then I want to watch it. Or if Tiffany's walking down on her live down the street talking, I like watching because she's showing sights. Because there's some YouTubers you can just listen to and some that you just want to watch. And that's how I base it. But I always do a full watch time when I do it because that's just me. I believe in it. And I know that there's people that work and blah, 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 and they don't have the time to, but I do make the time because I know a lot of people are monetized and they need that in their channel. So to me, I will be honest, people will ask me all the time on Tammy's Passions, why are you past 2,900 people and you're not monetized? It's not only that I don't want this channel to be monetized. This channel has never seen 4,000 hours. Never. With all the subscribers I have never made the 4,000 mark. Never. I had the numbers a long time ago, but that doesn't matter. And because they know that I'm not monetized and I don't want to be monetized, that's why it doesn't bother me that I don't have the 4,000 watch hours, because I would rather see somebody monetized get the 4,000 hours watch time, because this channel's never going to be there. So it's okay if they only come in and watch a few minutes and leave. I don't care. But the second channel I'm doing, I'm trying something different. I never wanted this channel to be monetized, and I never really did, because I came here for my bookstore for advertising. And to me, it was never a thing, I mean, I had friends that tried to encourage me one time to get monetized, and yeah, I kind of jumped on a train a little bit, but I really didn't care because I want this to be uncensored and like my downtime. I didn't want pressure. I didn't want to be censored for everything I do. If I want to talk politics, I'm going to talk it. If I want to talk about people being racial, I'm going to talk about it. And I don't want YouTube up my butt, strikes and all this crap. So I'm just leaving this channel free because that's the way I want it to be. Now, my other channel is going to be more of a teaching channel. I don't know if I'll ever go live on that one. It's just more for education. So if that channel gets monetized, I'm okay. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? But I am doing that channel different. I'm actually following niche. This channel here is all over the place. One minute you'll see me doing book videos. The next minute you'll see me doing this. You don't know what I'm going to do when I come here, because I'm getting ready to start back into book videos in the future. I have shopping hauls. I have all kinds of stuff. So I've got the algorithm all over the place on this channel, and I'm okay with that because it's my passions. Literally, Tammy's Passions is what this channel is about. It's everything I enjoy doing. And I don't want to conform to be just a crafter or just a bookseller. And it used to drive me crazy. When I would go into other streams, when I was doing videos on books, people would say, oh, she's just a book person. No, I'm not. I'm a lot more than a book person. But people kept trying to label me because they were trying to stick me in one niche, and I didn't want one niche on this channel. But on the flip side, I asked my husband, would you wear a t-shirt that says Tammy's Passions down the street? He said, probably not, because it, doesn't have a ring to it. It's like, some people could even think, oh my God, Tammy's Passions must be a sex channel or a sex toy channel. You don't know what the hell people are thinking when they hear the word passions. You know what I mean? But my crafty styles has a ring to it. I can see a person wearing a t-shirt that says my crafty styles. I can see a person drinking from a mug that says that, but Tammy's Passions, no. When I think merch, no. But I just want this to be a fun place, that people can come and enjoy. And if you're only here for 5 minutes, that's okay. You don't want to give me watch time, that's okay, because it's never going to be monetized. It doesn't matter. So I know that people are limited with their time. And as you grow your channel and you have like 5,000 people that you follow or whatever, you're not going to want to give watch time to me when I'm not going to be monetized. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it doesn't bother me, because I want it to go to the people who want their channels monetized. Because to me, it makes sense. If you're monetized and you got people supporting you that's monetized, of course you want to help the monetized people back. I mean, I do have a common sense brain, but my other channel is a part of a niche. I'm following some of Ty's advice. She gives advice on Sundays on how to grow your YouTube channel. I am actually practicing learning real YouTube on the second channel. But like I said, when I came here, I did makeup reviews, and I came here because there was a guy I was talking to through Facebook, and he said, if you want to get your store off the ground, do a YouTube channel. People can, show your face, which I did. If you look at my old videos, you will see me holding up books with my face in it. And it was more for like advertising, like here's my bookstore and stuff like that. It was never meant to be YouTube guidelines. This channel was never built for that reason. But I would go into like somebody else's stream, and it really pisses me off when people talk for everybody else, because he would say something like, oh, well, if people tell you they're here on YouTube not to be monetized, they're a liar. That's not true. Speak for yourself. Don't speak for the rest of us. Because there are people that have come to YouTube and just use their channels just for fun, and they could care less to be monetized. I'm not the only one that feels that way. There's other people. And then you have someone, and I'll give you a bigger YouTuber. She's at 84,000 subscribers. I don't know if that's where she's still at. Let me see. This just gives you another example of somebody who did grow their channel. I'll tell you what her numbers are right now. Okay, she hit her 100K. She's at 111,000 subscribers, and I'll show you one right here, right now, that has never had intentions to be monetized, and that is Nick the Booksmith. She has never taken a dime from YouTube. And the reason why is because she was using YouTube as a business tool. She actually creates books from scratch. She is Nick the Booksmith. She binds them and does all that. I love her channel. She's really cool to watch. And she also does this. Like she has the love of books, and she builds junk journals and lap books and things that's really cool. But she has workshops. You can actually go to her channel and pay for a workshop for her to teach you things. So that's where she makes her money. Her money comes from, I build up this YouTube channel. I brought my customers, and YouTube is a tool. And she was not happy when YouTube started putting commercials on her platform, and she did a video about it. Because she's not monetized, she doesn't pick what the commercials are. And she's like, thanks, YouTube. I bring my business to your platform, bring my viewers, and you just stick commercials that I might not even approve of on my channel. Because she did all the work. Even though they gave her the platform to do it, she's never been monetized. So not everybody on here is after the money. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I don't like it when people say, oh, if you're on YouTube and you just want, you can't be here and not want a paycheck. That's bullshit. because everybody's different. We're all snowflakes. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with being monetized on YouTube, but just don't speak for the rest of us who don't want to be monetized on certain channels or whatever we're doing. I don't like when people do that. I'm not a liar because I said I don't want to be monetized on this channel. And that's what he says whenever he speaks for everybody. You know, I've always made it clear that I never wanted to be monetized on this channel. Hey, Paul. And Paul, he was putting words in my mouth the other day, too. I'm going to spank Paul. He's strong-headed like I am. It's funny. But Paul does a reader's retreat, and it's really cool. I had never heard of sprint reading, but no, just because I was talking about not making money off of my bookstore, it has nothing to do with putting a book with who it goes to. My bookstore was not started about money. My bookstore was started because I was trying to save books from the landfill. I mean, I had people dropping stuff off at my house because books are overmade. There's too many being published. And that's the problem. We have an overabundance of books. And I'll tell you another thing we have an overabundance for is China cabinets. I can't tell you how many thrift stores around here are loaded with China cabinets because nobody wants them. I just wish they would slow down. Like, you have some authors coming out and Amazon will only make the books if you order them. But if you're signed up through a publishing company, you have to sign up for so many to be published. It doesn't mean you're going to sell that many. Like, say you go and sign up and they're like, well, you have to have 10,000 books before we sign you. You don't even know if those books are going to be sold. So what happens is what I was talking about earlier. We had a book that came out for the Outlander series. It was brand new because, you know, it's a show too. And it just came on the market on Google, and it was like $20-some to buy the actual hardback. And I could go to Ollie's and get it for $3.99. It's like the overstock rolls in to Ollie's. So why am I going to pay that $20-some if I can go to Ollie's and get it for $4? And how does that hurt the publisher? You know, the author, to get their money. So when I started this bookstore, it was because people were telling me so many books are being thrown away. It's not about just putting the book with the right person. It's finding people who actually still read. Because with social media, we do not have readers like you think we have. And I was on a train here recently where they sold nothing but books on Whatnot, and there were people that couldn't even sell them. There's people that can't even give them away because they're being overproduced. I see it world and global wise, not my town wise. But I have like high traffic. I did not take loans in anything that I did. Everything that I built my bookstore on, just so you know, Paul, I never took a loan. Everything I did, I built with cash. Because somebody brought me a small business book in, and it actually teaches you in the book the biggest companies that fold the fastest, believe it or not, are tools. Like UC Harbor, you know, Freight is making it, but they also have t-shirts, popcorn. They have to sell more than just one product to make it. When I was in high school, I always wanted my own bookstore. This was Tammy's dream, to have a brand new bookstore with a storefront and to have a reading group for kids so that if parents needed to go grocery shopping, I was going to hire a high school student who was like going to work with kids to help me do a story time with snacks and say, hey, we'll take your kids for a couple hours. You go grocery shop and do your thing. Because I was a single mother, so I know this struggle. But this was always my dream, to dress up the front of my store for the holidays and everything. But by the time I graduated high school, Walden's Books and all of them were going out of business because you had stores like Walmart selling clothes, food, books, and it made the book retail fall. That's why Walden's bookstore couldn't keep up and make any money, because they were leasing a section of the mall, which, you think about it, if you're paying $1,000 for a store area for your brick and mortar store, they weren't making any money, because all these little places started popping up with books too. So it killed my dream. When I got out of high school, I knew I was never going to make it, because I cannot pay a lease and rent. So when I started this store, it was because a friend of mine was moving. She had like 3 garbage bags of books. She was going to throw them away, because I told her, your bags are going to break. I have some totes. She goes, oh no, these are going to the landfill. I'm like, what? And she says, well, you can have them, because you're helping me move, because I help her take carloads. They sat in my basement. I used never clicked with me, because I always wanted a brand new bookstore. Well, it just hit me one day. I was in church and I was praying. I was like, Lord, I ain't getting any younger. My dream was killed. I don't know what to do, because that was my plan. And I was on Amazon looking for something else, and I happened to look down and I seen something about I think it was the reading kind, like the audio and something else. And I seen used books, and I'm like, oh, Tammy. And like this light bulb went off. It's like, why do you got to have a new bookstore? Why can't you do used? And we have the place for it. The whole bottom of my house has its own entrance, its own parking, because the history of the house I live in right now, there was a guy that created cabinets. This was a business before it was turned into a house, and I didn't know that. That's why this whole bottom of this house, it has its own wall. It's like an open apartment. It's got a refrigerator, stove, washer, and dryer hookup. I could rent the whole bottom of my house, because it's an apartment, because it was a business. So that's why I turned it into a used bookstore. I don't have rent. I don't have leasing. But then this is the thing. This is what, sometimes I can't text everything when I'm having a conversation with someone. It was about saving the books, but Paul, you still got to factor in. I use water down here because I have a toilet, a sink. I use electric down here. So even if you open one in your own home, you want to have money at least to help pay the bills. We've taken a loss from my business every time we fill out taxes. And everything now, because I paid for everything. I worked another job where I did in-home care. I paid cash for everything here. So any books that I sell is a profit, because I don't own any loans. So even with that, no lease, no rent, I'm still not making enough to pay for the electric down here or the computer to run off. That's the point I was trying to make to you. It's not a business. If a person wants to do a bookstore, my best advice to people is, if it's a hobby, fine. If you think you're going to make it, you're not. And it's not being rude. It's just the truth. There is no money in owning a bookstore. There just isn't. We have a guy, I know a bunch of bookstore owners, like a couple, one in a state across the river that owns a store, and one down the river that owns a store that's in high traffic areas like me, and none of them are making it without being online. The one across the river from me, his business stays in business because he is on the web, and he's affiliated where he donates books to a prison, and he works with a college. And that's the only thing that's keeping him alive on his bookstore. The one down the river, he's a mess. You walk in his store, nothing. He has no categories. It's just like walking into a thrift store. You got to find your own crap. And he's not making it either. His is just, he's got his own storefront, electric building, but he owns the building and everything. to him, it's just a hobby. He does something else on the side to make his money. He's retired and has money coming in, and that's just a hobby to him. But I'm just saying, if a person wants to open a used store and you want to make, at least to pay your electric, it's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. I've listened to other bookstores around me and talked to people, and unless you're into money like Barnes and Noble or Books a Million, it's the money. There's just no money in it. And the whole time I've had the store open, it's been there might be a week go by, I have nobody to come in the store. And you just can't make a living. I can't even break even. And I had a woman who came in here. She was a mother. There was a girl that opened a clothing store, and she had to close her business because even the clothing store didn't make it, because she was getting like clothing from New York, like, fancy stuff. Because when you have cheaper places to go get clothes, you're just not going to make it. And she had to shut her store down. I can't tell you how many businesses have failed because it's just so hard to only have one item. It seems like if you don't have food, clothing, and shelter, and you make like a reasonable, like a conglomerate or a reasonable amount of stuff, it's just not working. Mom and pop shops are closing around here like crazy. You got to look around the area and see what people are into. Now, if you didn't have a used bookstore, Paul, and you decided, you were going to like sell on Whatnot or just have a bunch of books to maybe do something online with your YouTube channel, then you might be okay. If you're using that electric anyway, say, how you do your readers live streams, and you turn that into a book sale, you might do okay. But I'm just saying, the brick and mortar and you're not selling anywhere else, it doesn't work. The best sales that I had with my bookstore is when I started showing books on YouTube. The web is what helped. Now, coffee might be okay, and there is a store that does that here too. They have some coffee and they have some books, and probably your coffee would sell over the books because I have a roof out here I was going to turn into a patio, and me and my husband had talked about that too, was having like a coffee shop in here and having it a bookstore, because that's something that came from London. One of the bookstores started doing it over here, and they started doing a little bit better because they had coffee incorporated. But I wouldn't want drinks around my books. To me, people would probably spill stuff. So I don't think paper and drinks mix. That's just my personal opinion. But your coffee might do good. It's just books don't do very well. Because I do have the space where it would be cool to do that, because me and my husband talked about that too. But I put blood and basically sweat into building this bookstore. I worked my tail off. And I didn't even begin to make back what I put into it. And it has nothing to do with money. It's just, everything. I had business cards made. I have my printer, my laptop for my business, Post-it notes I used instead of stickers to label the prices in the back of the books, which made it easier because I hate stickers because they deface books. So I would put my setup. People liked it because they're like, "What's the price?" I said, "Look at the back of the page. Look in the back of the book. The price is right there on a Post-it note." Because all I had to do to save on paper, I would have the title and author of the book, the copyright of the year it was written, and the price on the bottom. And I took the time and wrote all them out by hand. So when a person came in and purchased the book, all I had to do was pull out the Post-it note. That was not only the receipt, but it was how I recorded my taxes. And then I had the pages that you write on where, it goes into the next page, and they would get a receipt from my receipt book. And that was that. I had everything set up simple. It was all my ideas. And I even made my categories to where people didn't get floored, because we did have some retirement people come in we have a retirement place up here of our elders that would come and pick up books, and they liked it because I didn't overwhelm them, because I wasn't set up like the Dewey Decimal System, or I didn't have, how can I put it? My self-help, my education, and anything that was written as a biography were all under education. My action and suspense books were the ones that kept you on the edge of your seat, ones that were sci-fi. Anything that kept you on the edge of your seat and was action and suspense, that's where it went. I am not going to divide up in all these different little categories, because it was too much for people. I had a lot of compliments on it, because people are like, oh my gosh, I go to Walmart to pick out a cough medicine. It takes me an hour because they got so many brands. I love coming to your bookstore because you simplify it. And there you go. I did my own thing and it worked. I mean, I even had businessmen come from Pittsburgh checking out my store just to see how it was set up. And I had a greeting card section. I had all kinds of stuff in here. People were dropping off CDs, VHS tapes, albums. You would not, like, vinyl records. I have so much stuff. People used me as a dumping ground. After they had yard sales and stuff, that it turned into more than a bookstore. That's why it was called Minda's Bookstore and More, because I had more to offer, and I still couldn't make it. That's what I'm saying. And it has nothing to do with me being a bad business person or a bad human. Everybody knew the store was here. Heck, even pizza delivery guys would stop. I love it that you have a bookstore at your house. We all think this is so cool, but nobody came, because with social media, nobody reads anymore. And I did get a lot of feedback like that. People saying, I work and I don't have time to read anymore, or with social media and trying to keep up with, my Facebook, I just don't have time to read anymore. But we know we read. I still take time to read books, but some people just don't. My daughters love to read, both of them. But with their lives right now, having kids and working, they don't have time. My daughter will admit to me when I find a book I think is good for her to read, she says, Mom, I don't even have time raising 4 kids. She says, when I sit down to get a book, she read the Matthew McConaughey, and she had to force herself to do it because she said she just didn't have time. Ah, you feeding Indy. That's so sweet. But yeah, it's when I look on Whatnot and Instagram, CDC, yeah, everybody's always going live selling something, because I think people are trying to make it, and I think that people are trying to, conserve money too, because they don't know what's happening with our government. I know some people it's even trying to invest in gold, and I mean, people are all over the place that I talk to, because they don't know where this country's going. And then, of course, you have your people in denial thinking nothing's going on. But I don't know. I don't know what's happening. All I know is I have a pantry and I've been preparing, and it can't hurt to have a pantry. My parents had a pantry all the time growing up anyway, because they had a garden. And my mom used to can and things. So we always had extra food. But I do know that there's people struggling. And I would like to see this one family get a camper, because I really feel bad, because I have a feeling, when you get to the survival of the fittest, there's going to be people that fail, and it's really hard to watch it. And people that get behind on rent, I feel for them, because it's not their home. And for this guy to have to work his tail off to pay $2,000 because he was backed up on rent, I feel for people who are struggling. I really do. My heart breaks for them, because I know the struggle is real for them. I can't even imagine. Me and my husband talk about this all the time. I can't imagine being on minimum wage trying to make it right now. Because our house payment with insurance and everything with it's only $500 a month. That's all we pay. I cannot imagine paying $1,000. And there are rent places here that's $1,000 a month, and I see these houses that go up, 3-bedroom, 15. I'm thinking, my God, we're struggling on 500, and he makes good money, decent money. I can't even imagine. I can't paying that kind of rent. We went from paying $125 a month rent to $500, and my husband thinks that's horrible. Could you see his face if he had to rent someplace for $1,000? He would crap. But like I said, that was back in the 80s. But we do have good apartments near us that's still $350 and $400 a month, and the landlords are really good, but they don't have anything fancy. Like, the one place is a house split 4 ways into 4 different apartments. He owns 2 of them, and I know this because my daughters both rented off these people. He's $350 a month. It's a small apartment. It's got 2 bedrooms, a bath, a full bath, and the kitchen and living room is kind of like a dinette thing. And then that's the $350. I can't remember if he had central air, but there's definitely no garages. The other apartment is like $475 or $4. I don't know what it's up to now. When Jade rented it, it was $300, but then I think they took it to $4, now maybe $475 with the hike. But they're nicer. There's 1.5 baths, 2 bedrooms. It has an upstairs, a kitchen, a living room, and some of those apartments have a garage and some don't. And it's a nice brick place. So I know what those apartments look like. And they used to have a laundromat on the outside, but it closed. So you even had a place to do your laundry if you needed to. But those are the cheapest around me. And then after that, of course, it's higher up, like 700 to thousands. And I could not rent. I don't ever want to rent again. Not with these prices. I just wish our house was paid for. I don't want to be rich. I honestly would be really happy just to have my house paid off. And that's really it. If my house was paid off, I'd feel more comfortable, because you have to understand, Mike and I did flip our first house and it was paid off, and we turned it into rental property, and then an accident happened and got burnt to the ground. So we lost our rental property. But we would have had, like my husband tells me all the time, well, if we just stayed where we were, our house would have been paid for. We'd have been okay. And I said, yeah, but where we used to live, the grass was hell to mow. When your younger days, you were fine. But as you get older, it's not a good place to live. When it snowed, you had to dig your way out. It was not on a main road. There was a lot of work to do with that other house that I don't miss it at all. I love where we live now because the state road takes care of everything in front of my house. It's flatter ground. It only takes an hour to mow the grass, and we could put a ramp here if one of us ends up in a wheelchair. Like, this place is really good for when you're older. The other place was like 3 flights of steps. I don't miss it. Not at all. It was a pain in the butt to do grocery shopping and stuff and carry groceries up to the house where I have 2 steps. I'm in the house here. It's just nicer here. I don't care what anybody says. And I told him, but I don't miss it. I don't miss the other part. I don't care if it was paid off. But this one here, that's all I would care about. If I could win the lottery just enough to pay my house off, I'd be tickled pink. That's all I want, is my house paid for. You other people want to be millionaires, you can keep it. I just want my house paid for. And of course, the land tax is higher here. We had 1, 2, 3, 4. See, There was the lot that was empty, then the lot the house sat on, the lot behind it. Then there was another lot and a half. There was 4.5. It was like a little under an acre. It was under an acre. And we only paid like $100 a year for taxes. That's all we paid on that property. Here it's different because we're in a business zone. And I can't remember if the taxes here is like $700 for the year, which is still cheap. Don't get me wrong, compared to what other people pay. But it's a higher bracket where we're at now. But I like it because it's taken care of. You know, it's just different here. It's nicer here than compared to in our other neighborhood. They were getting thieves, and our house was broken into a couple times. It really depreciated down there because people weren't taking care of their houses. There were houses abandoned and fallen. It just got really crappy where we used to live, so I didn't miss it. But here it's nice. There's like houses kept up, you know, like the neighbors are better here. It's just hard to explain, but it's nice. I don't know what the payoff is on this house. I just know that I haven't looked at it lately, but I doubled up a couple times on it. We tried to pay it off faster whenever we did have extra money with overtime and stuff like that. We doubled up because my daughter used to be in, you know, where she worked for a real estate company, and sometimes if you double payments, it pays it off faster. We got a good deal on this house. But how they had it set up, I think your fire insurance was included until it's paid for, is how it worked, where the other house we paid it separate. And I don't know how much we owe on this. Maybe like $80,000 left. It wasn't supposed to be paid off until me and Mike turned 79, which really sucks because it doesn't give you time for travel. But since we paid some more on it, it might be lesser than what I think. But the last time I had looked at it was $80,000. That's what I said. I'd be happy just to have my house paid for. I'm not asking to be rich. Mike even says all the time, if he had a genie and a lamp, the only thing he would wish for is his wallet never to be empty. He says, I don't care to be a millionaire. He says, I just want to have, as soon as I pay for groceries, it fills back up again next time for groceries. That's what he says. That's his dream. But I just think if the house was paid off, I just would feel more at ease, because if the housing market crashes or we fall into a depression, if you read from the Depression era, if you didn't have your house paid off and you couldn't make your payment, there's nothing that saves you. You lose it. That's how a lot of people lost their properties and stuff. And we don't have a plan B. We don't have anybody we could live with. So I told him, if we had a camper, this is why I'm on that camper kick, and I've been on the camper kick. If we had a camper, we would be fine, because we have family that has property we can stay on. It's just, I don't want to live with someone else. You know, we've been on our own so long, and nobody really has any room. Everybody in my family, their houses are full. You know, and some families have even been doubling up because of it. Like my mom and dad, they don't have enough room. They don't have room. They have a 2-bedroom home, and that's it. You know, it's not like they have a basement where we could take over like their rec room. You know, this house we live in, I like it because we have a lot of room. And God forbid, if I ever had to move, I would be leaving a lot of stuff behind, especially my craft room. I have a lot of books, a lot of crafting items. I just don't want to live with someone. And his mom's house is full. Like, there's just no place to go. My daughter has a rec room in the bottom of her house, but her 13-year-old son lives in it. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't. And she only has 2 other bedrooms. Her and her husband have a bedroom. The twins have a room. And then, no, she's got 3 rooms upstairs and then the rec room. Kylie has her room, the twins have a room, and then her and her husband have a room. And they even had to sheet off because the twins wanted their own space. So they even have to give them their privacy because they're getting older. Because Jade had even talked about building on her house when the twins could have their own room, but you know, you got to make do with what you got. So I don't know. But I think that's what we owe. Somewhere in the 80,000 range. In our last house, I think the total was 26,000. That's all we paid for it. It was so much cheaper. But back then, you know, Mike and I got married in 89. Houses were cheaper back then. I don't think I've seen a house for 26,000 in a really long time. Even the ones that are beat up and evicted and people punch walls in the, I mean, there's some pretty nasty homes if you live in, none of them is 26,000. And we had a appraised property one year, I think it was in the 90s. Or no, it was 23,000 because it was 25,500 with the property when we had it appraised in the 90s for the other property. But we sold the land when the house burnt down. We sold the lots for 10,000 after we paid for the fire insurance we had was minimal. And one thing I could say, when you give fire insurance on your house, please look at the fine print on the cleanup. We had cleanup for 2,000. I told Michael, really, you picked up a shitty plan. I should have read it and I didn't, but who thinks their house is ever going to burn down, you know? But it was $8,000 just to clean it up. So that 2,000 didn't go very far. So we had the guy that owns the excavating company here is a friend of my dad's. So I called them and asked them for an estimate, and they said to clean up the house, move everything, because the dump, just to take the dump to the lots of the house, you know, to the dump landfill or whatever, it's a lot of money. You have to have like a dump truck full to make it worth your time. I don't know how many loads they took because they had to take the whole house. But for them to clean up the property, take the loads to the landfill, they took dirt and covered in. They brought in dirt. They covered in the whole entire basement to smooth out the property. And then they replanted seed because they're an excavating company, you know, to do it all. They planted seed and everything. And I watched them. They brought a backhoe in and did it all. And it was $8,000 that covered everything. So we had to dip into, and we didn't have that much in fire insurance. He didn't have that much at all. So by the time we paid that, and then of course we had the house paid off. So what's it called? When Jade got married, we took out, what the heck is it called? What's it called when you take out a loan on your house? Equity line. We took out an equity line. We paid for her wedding, and we still owed money. So loan off because we took it out for extra. We did some repairs and stuff too because Michael used it. There was extra money on it that we did other things. I can't remember what it was at the time. Paid that off, and then my daughter was pregnant with twins. For her baby shower, didn't have no money left. That's how crappy a fire insurance we had. But it did the job. So then when we had moved here, we were already living here when the fire happened. That's why we flipped the house in the first place, so that we had that extra income coming in to buy this house. My dad told my husband, his advice was, Mike, don't count on your overtime to pay for this house. Count your regular time, because you never want to get in debt for overtime and then your overtime, you know, disappears. Well, we counted on part of the payment for the rent. And that was a big mistake because after we lost the house, we were really screwed because that was $350 extra a month that helped us get this house. because this house was a little steep than what we wanted to pay. At the time before we found this house, we were looking for a house in the range of, because now mind you, the other house was 23,000. We were looking for, because you got to go by your income. I would say anywhere from maybe 50 to 80,000 was pushing it. We were in that price range. So we kept, and for 3 years, we were searching for another house. I mean, this was something that took us time. Well, we couldn't agree on anything we found. So then my daughter comes out and she says, Mom, she says, what kind of house are you actually looking for? My dream house is simple. I just wanted a brick ranch style with gas heat. Could care less if it has central air or not. If it did, that's okay. If it did, that's okay too, because I can use air conditioners. And I wanted a 2-car garage. And Jade says, did you see the house Christy was flipping? And I said, no. I heard her friend Christy talking about flipping a house, but I thought it was a house like we had. I never really specifically asked her. And she said, well, I think you should go check out the house that Christy's flipping, because it sounds like your dream house. Because this house is like 1,700 square feet. It's a lot bigger than our last house for sure. And so I was like, okay. So me and Mike, came here. I told him I made an appointment. He was all grumpy, me. And I said, oh, be quiet. We're going to go look at this house and just see what it has to offer. And as soon as the realtor come in and we pulled up to the house, I about died. I was like, oh my God, this is my dream house. And I walked in the kitchen and fell in love with the kitchen, because my last house, you had to eat in the dining room and you had the kitchen because it was too small. This house, I wanted an eating kitchen. That was always something that I grew up. My parents' kitchen was their, main room. It's the conversational room where people come in, sit down for coffee. I love that this house had that. So I fell in love with the kitchen. He sees the living room. Mike's man cave. Yes. So he falls in love with the living room, and we just love the house. But the whole thing about this house that was strange, they never showed the bottom. We thought, when you looked at the pictures on the realty site, it showed just the top of the house. It showed the 2-car garage. It showed, it's one big door. It's not 2 separate doors or anything. And it has the living room, the dining room, the kitchen, 2 bedrooms, bigger bedrooms, 1 small bedroom, and a full bath with a double sink. And then the master bedroom has a bathroom. And we really liked it because we had never lived in a place where there was more than 1 bathroom. So to this house is a luxury to us. So then they say, well, we'll take you into the basement. We about died. We had no clue what the basement was even like, because nothing was in the picture. Something about something not being finished. Something about the structure of the house that they couldn't post it on the realtor site. Like it didn't count. There's a name for it, but I can't remember. We come down here, we about died. Because not only is it a 2-car garage, we have 3-car garages, because there's one on the back of the house that we didn't even see. And then down here is another whole apartment. Like where I'm sitting and talking to you right now, this is like a great big open studio room where my bookstore is. There's a refrigerator, stove hookup, and all that down here, and the house came with all the appliances, but we had just bought new ones. So we ended up with 2 refrigerators, 2 stoves, because one was already in here. We just kept what we liked, which was ours, and we brought their set down here. And then it had a washer and dryer hookup down here, where my husband put another washer and dryer hookup upstairs, because I don't like steps. And there's like a whole nother room down here. There's a bathroom down here with a shower. There's another room in the back. And it's amazing. And I was like, oh my God. I told Michael, I never realized all this was on the bottom of the house. But this is what my house looks like. I'll show you a picture. So you have this window over here is the dining room. This window is the kitchen, but I can say this house still needs a lot of work. All the windows need replaced. This is a door that goes into the garage, and then the double car garage is right here. And this is what you saw on the realty site and the tour of the top. But underneath, if you look here, this is a side street. You go down this side street, and my bookstore is right there. It's got its own parking, its own entrance, and everything, and it's the bottom of the house. But we didn't even know that existed. And I love the color brick. It's not, I don't like blonde brick, and I don't like I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like a two-tone tan. It's really pretty brick. And the door needs replaced. I would like to put bay windows where these windows are, though. These windows are huge. It's like 72-inch curtains just to fill these windows. The windows are ridiculous. And the roof is brand new here because we had hail damage and our insurance covered a new roof. So at least we got that part done. But we still owe a lot of money. But anyways, the house was on the market for $129,000. We were looking for, like I said, 80 was pushing it. And I told Michael, there's no way we can afford it. Well, because Christy was a friend of my daughter. Her husband, the story was his job transferred. They were carrying 2 mortgages and they couldn't afford both houses. They got a beautiful log cabin that's absolutely beautiful where they're at. And Christy said, well, Jade, since your mom and dad's interested in the house, ask them if they'll take the house. I will give a discount. I just went out from underneath the mortgage. She said, how about $115,000? So me and Michael discussed it, and I'm like, oh my God, then Michael, $115,000, it's still pushing it because this style of house in Pennsylvania runs $300,000. I kid you not. You look up ranch style in PA, you're paying 3 times the price. So we discussed it, and I said, 115 is pushing it, Mike. But we did a first-time home buyers where you don't have to have a percent down. We had never done a first-time home buyers. The first house we did was on a land contract, and then we had to refinance it because the land contract apparently was illegally done. That's another story. So we just refinanced it through the bank and took over payments because they knew we were paying for it. This house, we did a first-time home buyers. You didn't have to have any money down. We did have a little bit put back, though. So we used the money we had put back. It was like $3,000. It wasn't a lot. And that's why our house payment was a little higher here. If we would have had like 20% down, we would have probably paid less. But we did a first-time home buyers, and that's what saved us. Because if we would have had to have a down payment, we would have never got this house. And that's why I tell people, if you're looking to get your first-time house, try the first-time home buyers, because you don't have to have 20% down or that big chunk. And so that's how we got this house, or we'd have never got it. So we went that route, and we've been here, 14 years, like I said, and we still owe $80,000. So we're doing good paying it down from 115. It just takes time because of the interest and all that crap. But we have a guest room with a bathroom. Then we have the main bedroom. And then we have the little room that I told you about. It's more like a kid's room, like something you would put like a single bed in, a dresser or something. But that's my computer room upstairs. So I'm either up there on the computer doing this, or I'm down here where this is the studio apartment in the basement. That's where I'm at right now. So I have 2 places. I got my crafts all over the place. But this is half bookstore, half craft room. It's a mess. I got a lot of work to do down here to clean it up. No, because this is my craft room, CDC. And actually, my daughter lived down here. She lived down here for a period of time. My second daughter my youngest, before she got married and moved out. She did live down here and rent it. But I can't rent this being married to my husband. Because me and him are not on the same page. Ty! She knows all about those men being assholes. I have the type of persona, I would turn this place into a renter and a bread and breakfast. I would rent out the room upstairs with the bathroom. I would rent the bottom of this house down. I have more of a business mind than my husband does. My husband's train of thought, nobody's living in my house. Blah, blah, blah. We'll probably get the renter from hell. He doesn't relax enough to experience things. My husband doesn't like change. He's stuck in his nose up his own ass to where you can't make him see visions. We're total opposites. How we stayed married this long, God help, because we do the same things at all. Different people. I don't want somebody coming in here and then Ronnie will start barking. And I'm like, you don't know what the hell's going to happen. You never even tried. But he's like that. He's greedy. He wants his own house and he don't want nobody to live in it. So yeah, there's that. But my daughter did say when she lived down here that she could hear us walking across the floor and everything, because it is kind of a paper thin ceiling. Like if you did have a renter down here, they'd have to put up with noise. Our floors are squeaky and you'll hear my dog tapping across the floor. So it is kind of noisy. But no, I ain't get rid of my books. They're my books. If I need to downsize some, because there's some I do need to try to sell off. I just haven't been doing books lately because when COVID happened, that's what shut my store down. Google even turned my store down. They turned my store off. Said temporarily closed. It still says that because I never went in and changed it. But I started doing stuff on the web. I'll get back to doing book videos soon. Just not yet. But I'll get back to doing them. And what doesn't sell, I put in the Facebook Marketplace when I put them on YouTube. And then I put them in the yard sale. We have a community yard sale once a year. And what doesn't sell gets donated. I got rid of about, I don't know. It was a load. There was probably 8 huge boxes full of books I got rid of last year that didn't sell. Alrighty, Paul. So that's pretty much how it works. But yeah, we probably could survive a little better if my husband would open his mind up a little bit, but he don't want to. And plus, too, it's not like we can rent and nothing runs off of different. Like we don't have a different electric monitor, like a meter, that if a renter was down here to know the difference. You know what I'm saying? Like with my daughter, we just figured out the difference in our bills. And she just paid a little bit because we didn't expect much of her when it was her first time renting. She was getting a taste of what it was like. I think it was $350 is all she paid with everything included. Is all we charged her. But the way it is, we'd have to charge a little more if it was a stranger. But she had free cable because we had our cable on one bill. It was our bill, but she had free cable and everything down here and access and stuff like that. So she had it made when she lived here. She found that out when she moved out. She asked me back in here once and I told her no. She's married. She needs to work out her own life. But she did here for a little bit. But they're doing okay. They just had a fight. And every time she has a fight with her husband, I want to move home. I'm like, no, suck it up, Buttercup. The honeymoon's over. But she's got a good husband because he's a hard worker. They have a place they have together. He's rebuilt the fireplace. I said, you ought to be thankful for the husband you got because he fixes stuff. My husband, it's an age thing. I think there's a menopause like a woman's menopause. I do. because he used to work for a construction company. My husband's very talented. He's not only a welder, he used to build houses. He's worked on mechanical things. He's very talented, but he's just lazy when it comes to fixing stuff here. He's like a hard worker at his mill, and he comes home and he's a procrastinator. It took me 3 years just to get him to fix a doorknob in the bathroom. People think we're funny when we fight because I said, really, Michael? All you had to do was go over Lowe's, pick up a freaking set of doorknobs and fix it. You know, and why didn't you do it? Because I don't fix doors. That's your damn job. If you're a husband, you can fix it. But I used to MacGyverize when I was a single mom. I did. I remember one time I was with Jade and we were down. I had Jade and Kristen with me. And this is when I was married. We were driving down a back road and the trunk of my car like fell. And I'm like, what the hell? Or not the trunk of the car. Shit. The pipe in the back of the car. We did have a trunk that hit the ground. That was when I was pregnant with Kristen. And we had to buy another car because the trunk had rusted. It was my Ford LTD. It was the very first car. It was a boat. And I remember the trunk rusted and hit the ground. And Michael had to tie it up with twine because he was scared to death because I was about due to have Kristen any day. So we had to go and get another car. This was the pipe in the back, the exhaust pipe. Fell off my car and it was throwing sparks. And I remember MacGyver. I used to watch MacGyver all the time. And I had twine. I always kept twine and stuff in my trunk because you never know. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And my daughter's like, Mommy, I gotta pee. Like in the middle of nowhere, no houses on a dirt road because I had been visiting my cousin. So I had to pull the twine out of my trunk and hook it up. And, you know, there's things that I did when I was a single mom too. You had to do what you had to do till your landlord could come fix things. And there was things I did know how to do. I don't like being totally dependent on a man. But since I've been married, I got lazy. And when it comes to certain things, I think he should do it. And there's things that he thinks I should do. So we kind of have like that issue. But it literally took him 3 years to fix the bathroom. There was a hole in the door where the doorknob went. And I'm like, really? My grandson comes to stay. I don't like having a hole in the door as a peephole because, you know, he was young. He could peep in the hole and watch you go to the bathroom. I like my privacy. So I had to fight with him for 3 years just to fix it. And finally he did. And it was funny how it broke. We had a fight and I slammed the door shut because I was mad at him. And he went to open the door and the doorknob broke and I was stuck in the bathroom. I had no doorknob on my side and he couldn't open it. And so he had to take a wrench to get it. It was a mess. It was so funny though, but it wasn't. I was so mad that I was stuck in the freaking bathroom and that's how it broke in the first place. So then it took him 3 years to get it replaced. I said, you're ridiculous. But it's finally replaced. It's working fine now. We get ants right in the bathroom right now. I got up one morning and I didn't even see them because they're like the little baby ants, like the real tiny ones. I go to my bathroom, like, what the hell? They're like all over my feet, coming up my leg. We had like thousands of ants on the floor. So we had to get Tiro here recently because we were spraying to get rid of them. And I told Michael, where the hell are they coming from? So we put a Tiro trap, and right now, those ants are all over my bathroom right now, eating Tiro. Tiro is good though. They take it back to the nest and it kills them all. But I don't know where these ants are coming from. So I was sitting, I was like studying my bathroom today. I'm just sitting on the lid of the toilet, like, where the hell are you coming in from? And right underneath where you turn the shower on, it's like a circle. They're coming out from underneath the tile on the bathtub. Oh my God. So now we're fighting with ants. And then on the corner of the house, we have a yellow jacket nest we're fighting. And then on the back garage, there's carpenter bees. So we're going to have an exterminator come in because, and then here in this room, I call it Spiderville. This room is loaded with spiders. You guys would die if I could take my camera off and show you all the spider webs in this room. It's ridiculous. I got a Swiffer down here and I beat the cobwebs down and I'm constantly killing spiders down here. It's like they multiply like crazy down here. And when Kristen lived down here, she had even, I don't know, it's because it was a business before it was a house or what, but Kristen says, Mom, there are spiders galore down there. When she even lived down here, she was killing them. So there's always been a spider problem. It's always something, even when you have your own house, but I still like having my own house compared to renting because at least with my house, I know it's mine. But we go through everything else that married couples go through. We have our moments. We've been together for over 30-something years. We're going to have our moments. So anyways, here is the beauty of the book. I love how this turned out. The butterflies do look good. I was going to leave it just all flowers, but I think it turned out pretty good. And I love the beginning. These are like two of my favorite pages. The binary butterfly and the holding hands with the child and the adult. I love that. And then we get all these backgrounds left. I got some stenciling to do. I want to add something to this page. I think I might do something just in the center because the background's already done on this one. Like maybe a flower. It's too big. Maybe something like this. Or I don't know. But I really like this one. So we'll probably put this here in the center of this page because I think it's pretty. But we'll work on this another time. I'll think about it. But these two pages turned out really nice. And I really love this one. I like the background on this one. It's like multiple colored and I sprayed it. And I like this one too. I like them all. And then this was the page we did last week. It had butterflies on it too. So this is my first one. And it's a botanical type. So yeah, I'm happy with it so far. It's Tammy's first mixed media. But I have like a bunch of magazines and things laying around in junk mail and I'm always fussy cutting like different pictures out. And that's what I do when I'm watching TV. It's hard for me to sit and watch TV and not do anything. So I call these my cussy cutting scissors. I like these. We are memory keepers. They're not called shears. They have a funky name to them. They are, let's see here. They're called We Are Memory Keeper Spring Scissors. Because they have like a spring right there. And then this is the protection. But I like them because you don't have the restrictions of the holes like a real scissor. And I find as a left-hander, these are awesome to cut with. It's just my opinion. So when I'm sitting in front of TV, I always have my junk mail or magazines or something in front of me. And I'm just cutting away. So I cut these or I print pictures and cut them. So I have these cut so far. These are the bigger things. And then I have some flowers that could be colored. I found these online. That's pretty too. To be colored in whatever. sometimes you can get free stuff if you type in, like, you know, like say free flower coloring book pages and things like that. You can get stuff like this in the kids pages, and then let you download them, and they're not copyrighted. And then sometimes I'll find like a commercial, like this here is Hellman's, and look at the leaves. So you can cut the leaves off of this and fussy cut them and use those. I think these backgrounds are pretty cool too. I don't know what I'm going to use them for, but I keep them in case I do. This is a whole page of nothing but like floral gardening. And that one flower I put tonight in the bottom corner, that was cut off of this page. This one right here that I put at the bottom of the book, that's what that is. That was off a magazine. And then you see pages like this where you can cut the petals. Just out of magazines, random. I find stuff like this all the pile, and when I'm down here, I add them. And another thing, I bought this off of Tina's sale. This is a guide to field identification of wildflowers. And I just pull pages from this and fussy cut out of here. Some of the flowers I added tonight. But you'd be surprised what comes in junk mail. And then these were from Temu. These are just from my Temu haul. These are butterflies, love flowers. And I wouldn't mind having another set of these. And this is just a mixture. It had sunflowers and butterflies like mixed in. So this is where I pluck the butterflies from. And it's like what they call that, acetate or whatever, where it's like see-through. They're not stickers, but you can glue them. It's not in English. It's in Chinese, but it's, I don't know. Doesn't say what they're actually made of, but it's what it feels like, is that acetate stuff. But they have where you can buy these by the pack, and they're only like $1 something. So I did a Temu haul, and that's where these all came from. I love sunflowers. I think sunflowers are so pretty. So I've been plucking the butterflies out of this. Sometimes I fussy cut butterflies too. You can download pictures as long as they don't have the copyright thingies on them. The symbols. I mean, I'm not selling this book. It's just for my personal use because it's my first mixed media, because it's like a practice book. So it doesn't matter if it's copyrighted material or not. And then on my second channel, I'm actually teaching people how to turn a book into a journal, and I'm actually working on a St. Patrick's Day journal. So this is on my Crafty Styles. If you want to know how to do it, that's the channel you watch. And for that channel, what I did for the stuff that's going to be in this book, you can go to Oriental Trading, the Dollar Tree. Anytime a holiday happens, you can look when the stuff is first put out, or you can go in after the holiday is over, like the next day. And you can just, sometimes they have stuff all year round. I will type in Google something like St. Patrick's Day clearance, and it'll pull up things. And these here, I just ran offline, and I've been cutting them because I'm on Instinct, so I can print like crazy, and it's cheap. So I've got like 150 rollover pages right now that I need to use up, except that I'm fighting with the printer down here, but the other printer I can use. I can print these out as wallet size, 5x7, 4x6, whatever sizes I want. And I can cut these and add them to the other journal. And then I also like brads. These are beautiful to decorate with. So I'm starting to dig into my craft supplies down here too, to use some of the stuff up that I bought. And that's that. My life is busy. I'm doing this, doing my second channel, plus my unboxing videos, which I've almost got finished because I had so much mail to open. It was crazy. Get ready to have a live sale in July on this channel. I'm having a live sale. It's going to be Christmas in July. It's going to be a variety of stuff. And I'm going to line up stuff here that I'm going to be selling. So I'm working on that at the same time. My husband's going to help me. He's going to put in the goes and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if anybody's going to buy off me or not. We'll find out when it happens. But I have, it's going to be a variety. It's going to be just, I can't explain what it's going to be because there's such a mixture. There's going to be some crafty stuff. There's going to be some Hot Wheels. It's going to be like Christmas in July if you want to shop for some kids or yourself if you're a collector. There's going to be my normal craft stuff. What else did I have? Oh, there might be some games for kids, for adults. There could be both. I'm just going to get a bunch of stuff, line it up, have a sale, and if a person wants to buy stuff, they can. They don't have to. I'm going to auction off some stuff and flat price some stuff. But I want to downsize, so I figure why not sell some stuff. And some of the things that you see in my Sunny Fun Time mails might come up for sale. Because I did some mystery box hauls and I might keep an item and sell the rest. I don't know yet. Like I'm just going to line up a bunch of stuff, a variety, and see what people are interested in and just go from there. And if you want to shop for presents for someone or for yourself, just see what happens. But I'll have a list. That way I can at least give people a list of what I'm having. And then people can say, oh, I want to see crafts first. Or if I want to see the Hot Wheels cars first or whatever, then we can manage that. But it just all depends. Or people might be broke by then. It's hard to tell. I have, on Whatnot, I have seen people not be able to sell stuff. They've had to struggle. I have seen people come in and just blow money like there's no tomorrow. I mean, there's definitely rich shoppers on there. One night I was sitting in a sale and some guy came in and, he was listening in the background and one of the sellers was talking about his back being, hurting because of the specific chair he was sitting or something. And there was a seller that threw in $163 and said, hey, go buy yourself a new computer chair. I mean, it just blows you away. And then I watched Kat Von D sell her shoes. She was selling her shoes. People were bidding like crazy. Her store sold out like so fast. It was crazy. She was even funny because she said, if you don't know who Kat Von D is, she was a tattoo artist who also had a makeup line. But she came in and she didn't even have a chance to show what was in her store for sale. And it was crazy because you have a little store on Whatnot and you can see the numbers going down. She goes, she was so funny. She goes, you guys are hysterical. She says, I don't even get a chance to show the items and you guys are buying all my stuff. So she was down to only doing giveaways because everybody was buying her items. You would see people, buying $200 shoes or it was crazy. I never seen a sale like the one on Kat Von D's. I mean, it was flying. So, some people must have money laying around to be able to spend $200 on a pair of shoes. But I don't know. It's crazy over there sometimes. They had, I didn't get to see the one where Christina Applegate was in it. They had famous people come in and they did some kind of fundraiser sale. And I guess it was really packed. It was an event that they announced. And they told you the time and everything. But it's crazy over there sometimes. But they do have people with high price stuff, people with low price stuff. It just depends on who you buy off of. You know, there's some things I have to back away from because they're way too much for me. I was in an online auction here the past couple weeks, and I was watching some of these items, and there was one item I bid on, I about died because right at the end, somebody come up, and I mean, they had it clear up to $200. I'm like, you can have it. I'm not even going to fight for it because I don't have that kind of money to spend on one item. I try to get the most for my buck. You know, like when I shop, and if I'm going to spend something like $100, I better have a lot of stuff for that $100. It's hard for me to buy just one thing for that amount of money. But I am a frugal shopper when I do shop. You know, there is times I will let things go because I don't need it that bad. You know, I don't fight for things. I just like, I'll stay in a bid for so long and I know when to back out, and I know when, you know, it's something that because the only thing I really fought for that I wanted was this ledger. I would say this was the biggest time I ever fought for anything, was when I got this ledger. My palms were sweating over this sucker because I have never owned anything from the 1800s like this with this kind of writing, and it's all in Spanish, and it is so cool. I love this ledger. Do I have to have it? No, but this is probably the most possession I ever fought for, because this was when hot air balloons was carrying cargo before they made airplanes. And I've never seen a ledger like this. All the time I've been out watching, you know, sales and auctions, I've never seen this kind of ledger. I've seen like grocery stores and stuff like that, but not like this. And it was just like, and the other one was the horse thief one. But I had a friend in that auction. She said it went up to $175 and she just let it go. That would have been a cool ledger to have, but, and it's rare because even if you Google horse thief ledgers, you'll see, I think, a couple pages mentioned on Google, and that's it. It's not a popular thing because back in the day, you can see where this was tossed in a fire. Back in the day when they kept ledgers and stuff like this, they just didn't feel that they were valuable. So they would either put them in a fire, or in this case, the guy that had this one, he was turning it into a stamp book. It was not only caught on fire, or not just a stamp book, I should say a scrapbook. He glued these pages to this. This newspaper is glued to this page. And he had stamps in here that he was gluing to the pages too. He was turning this ledger into a scrapbook because they didn't realize we like this. Look at the writing. Like, that's swirly. This was like from 1888. And this was cargoes and delivery. I had a friend that spoke Spanish that started reading this to me. And she said, it's deliveries. She says it's given the deliveries, and then you'll see the prices, and it's the places that stuff was delivered to by hot air balloons. Because planes weren't created was until I forget the year, but this was before. This is 1884. Planes weren't made yet. So this was definitely hot air balloons doing deliveries. And I am going to, I have plans with this book. I'm going to take pictures of the pages and turn them into digital so people can craft with them as backgrounds. That's what we like as crafters, is that people will take the writing on these. They'll draw flowers and all these beautiful different things over top, and they use that writing as a background. Do you? I took Spanish, Thai, for a little bit. I don't know a lot, but yeah, that's what this whole ledger is. This came out of a locker of Keller. I have his wallet. he was a person that served in the military. He was a police officer. And I think they said fireman, but nobody in his family came for the locker, and Pirate Auction on here and Locker Nuts went in and bought his locker, and like they sold off his uniforms and everything. Well, this was in a pile of old books. And as soon as I saw it in the video, I was like, oh my God, I gotta have it. And then Pirate lost it. I waited for 10 months watching their lives, watching their videos for this to come back. Because I told Pirate, what did you do with it? I said, are you going to run that ledger? And he said, what ledger? And I said, the one that was in that old box. Was he couldn't find it. So I was constantly pestering him through Instagram. Did you ever find that ledger? And Jack from Locker Nuts knew how bad I wanted this ledger. And so finally it came up, and Jack says, I think you better run it. and what's cool is when it's late night, you don't have that many competitors. But there was one lady that wanted this too when she saw it. And her name was Marilyn. And I had gotten to know her through their bits, because a lot of times I can't afford their stuff because they're out in California. But the funny thing was, Marilyn actually backed off and let me have it. And I am so thankful to her for that, because not too many people would back off in an auction. And she has the money because she can outbid anybody. And she backed off because she knew how much I wanted this ledger. And I was so thankful she did that, or I would have probably never got it. But I discussed this with my husband before I did it. And I said, I'm not going to take it past 200. Or we had a set amount. And because ledgers are not cheap. And we had a set amount. And I said, because, I don't want to break our bank either, because we got bills to pay. And we had an agreement, and he says, go ahead. So we, and it was almost there. And I was like, no, because I was afraid and my hands were sweating. And finally she goes, let Tammy have it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I could have cried. So she let me have it. And it's got pieces of the Lindenberg catastrophe that happened. This is what the papers are that's in here, is the blimp when the the Lindenberg crash. That's what this is. So the guy that had this kept stories, and he was turning this into a scrapbook. But no, Tiffany, I don't want this as a scrapbook. I wanted this as the ledger. See, this is where the Hindenburg exploded. And 80 died in the airship. This is really sad when you look through this. But look at these clothes. And like, this paper was written 1937. This was the Daily News, Friday, May 7th. And these are really old. But he had all kinds of stuff in here. There was that, and then there's a military picture in here somewhere. It's got ephemera in here that's really cool. This right here. Captain Herman Cole and Gunther von somebody. I did look this up at one time, and there was meaning to this, but I can't remember what it was. There was a reason why he kept this. And then this here's, was there a letter in here or something? No, it was right here. Look at the writing on that. This was follows somebody in Paris, France. Bonjour le manager. New York City. Look how cool that is. And it was from Paris, France. Some kind of dancing girl on there. But there is some ephemera in here, and I have looked through this. And look here, blue horse filler paper. My love of horses was in here. And somebody decided that they were going to doodle airplanes. So look how cool that is. I got a couple drawings of airplanes. And then this is the Tomahawk published for Boys Camp Kindergarten. It says K through C. There's all kinds of goodies in here. Lots of airplane stuff. When Lindy hopped for Paris. But you can see, even with this, how bad that looks, where they tried to catch it on fire. And there's the dates, 1883 right there. But if you can read Spanish Thai, there it is. But Liz was reading some of it for me. And she told me that it's definitely deliveries. But I love the writing. Let's see if my camera will focus. Look at that writing. That is so gorgeous. And as you know, a person that's a crafter, this is beautiful writing in itself. This is the kind of stuff crafters fight over, but they want the original pages. They don't want copies, but I'm making copies anyways. Because I think this is a cool background. These would be so cool to put in ledgers. And then here's expenses. You can see the expenses right here. And there was a list in here of different countries that I had found. 466.33. That's a lot of money back in the 1800s. And you can see where he had stamps. Like I said, he was turning this into a scrapbook. And I'm like, no, we want to keep the writing. I love this book. I love this book. It's probably my favorite book that I own. It's one of them. And then you get to the back and it's blank. Like, this is just so cool. You got some blank, some written in more, some blank and written in more. It's just, oh my gosh, this is what we die for. And then look, some naughty kid got a hold of it. That's what I call them, the naughty kids, and decided to scribble. It's got everything. Somebody was doing their math problems over here. But nothing beats that beautiful writing. And this one's got writing on it too. It's half in Spanish, half in English. It's just such a variety. I love it. It's beautiful. I do have, you know, the feather and the quill and stuff to learn how to write. And I have a book that teaches you how to do it, but I haven't done it yet. I think it'd be cool to try it. And then, there, of course, there's some pages missing, but I don't care. I just wanted a ledger because I don't have one like this. Ledgers are really hard to come by. And some of the sellers, oh my gosh, they want so much money for them because they're becoming so rare. Some of them even sell these by the page. Like, I had a lady I found on Etsy. She was selling a store thing like this. She was doing like four pages for like a lot of money. But this is my prized possession, people. Love it. And the guy that owned it put that plane on it. That definitely was added to the ledger. That was not something that the ledger came on. You could tell that was decoupaged on there. But look at that. Could you imagine what this looked like before? Look at that. Oh my God. Love this speckle, but look, that's where they tried to burn it. It makes me ill. I wish my courthouse had like all the ledgers of everything so I could go get them all. Because, even here, and this is something too I've learned since I've been listening to sellers on Whatnot that go in. Paper and Moose is a real good channel on here too that covers this kind of category that I'm talking about. She works with a guy that does clean outs. And listening to Requiem Salvage, who she sells on Whatnot, and I like her too. People ask her, where do you get all your stuff? And she would explain it. Well, when Christopher Columbus landed in America, he landed in Florida first. So when you look at when our nation was colonized, it was the East Coast. And this just goes back from pieces I've put together from different people. She said, think about it. She says, every time I go in to do a cleanup for people who are going to have estate sales, I find something from the Victoria era, from the 1800s and early 1900s. I find stuff all the time. When you're in California and that side, Locker Nuts, when they were doing their locker hauls, they have made the comments, their biggest clients are from the East Coast. And I told Jack, well, I can understand why, because we don't have a Rodeo Drive over here. We don't have a street you can walk up and down that sells Louis Vuitton and all this other stuff. So when he finds Louis Vuitton and all that high-end stuff, East Coast buyers are on that because we don't have those kind of stores here. So then my dad told me he knew a guy from California that used to travel clear across the United States over here to West Virginia and up and down the East Coast. He would look for all the older postcards and stuff from the 18 and early 1900s, take it back to California and quadruple the prices. And it does make sense because this is the older part of the United States. So you're going to find the older stuff here. If you study states like Alabama, Kentucky, this is just hearsay from people I know that live there. This is just where I've drawn my conclusions from. They have told me that people who used to get rid of stuff, they would take all of their stuff and stick it in their barns. If they didn't use it, it would go in the loft or something. Well, that makes sense because one of the ladies I know that went to an estate sale over here, it was amazing the stuff this family got rid of because down the generations, nobody cared in this family apparently to keep keepsakes. I happen to be a sentimental person, but some people aren't. And they found a trunk of a whole bunch of stuff. It was an old wedding dress, and you could see the generations because one wedding dress had fallen apart and there were pieces of laces left from the dress. Then the next generation had a dress and it was falling apart, but still there. Then the next generation had a dress that was intact. Like you could tell this family kept sentimental, but now it's down to what? The great grandkids, and they didn't care. So they were having people come in. I got a piece of lace from that very first dress. I actually bought it off the lady that had the sale on YouTube. And I'm like, yes, I got a piece of lace from that very first dress because I think that is so cool. I love anything that's vintage or antique. So, but she says it's crazy because you wouldn't believe the stuff that the families get rid of. Like they have no attachment to it. And maybe they didn't know the people and it really didn't mean anything to them. I don't know. No, I actually studied Columbus. He stepped foot on Florida. I have a kid's book I just read 2 days ago that talked about Columbus on Florida. But I don't know. All I know is whether that book lies or not, who knows, Ty. But I'm just saying on the East Coast, we have the old stuff. And it does prove to be true because I had a friend who had a booth in Texas Round Top, and every time she gets a hold of ledgers or anything like that, they're all from Pennsylvania. And I'm like, well, how come I can't find that stuff when I go to Pennsylvania? So me and my daughter was talking about it today, and she said, well, maybe they're like Paper and Moose, because Paper and Moose, she's part of a cleanup crew. And she even says paper is not important to people. So when you see estate sales over here, you see like furniture, tools, yard sales, even. You never see paper because people throw that stuff out. And the last estate sale I went to that had paper, it was a woman who had, there was like Christmas items and wrapping paper and all this kind of stuff. And there was this box sitting in the kitchen, and it was filled with like an address book, and it looked like stationery and different stuff. And I had asked the people at the estate, I'm like, what is this box worth? And they're like, oh, that's just junk. They were going to pitch it. And I go, well, what if I want to buy that box? And I got a whole bunch of papers out of it, because papers over not important to some people. Like when you look at the auction blocks, you don't find postcards and stuff because they feel that stuff that's used doesn't matter. They don't realize that there's actual collectors for it. And I was talking to a guy on Instagram who said that he had a whole bunch of music books that nobody wanted. And I go, you just haven't got a hold of the right people, because we make tags out of music pages. I said, you just got to find the right connection. It's getting the right people connected to the right sellers to sell your stuff. I said, because I'll tell you right now, I know a lot of people that like using music pages as backgrounds. So you just, and that's the whole thing, is, finding the people to connect to the stuff that's being sold. I personally look for the vintage postcards that have the advertisements on the back of them. It could be anywhere from sewer singing to, or sewing machines to anything, because they used to use postcards as advertisement. So those are my favorite, and they're pricey. Sometimes you can get them reasonable depending on the seller, but sometimes they're way too much for me to afford. So I have to watch who I buy off of. I like the linen postcards, ledgers, anything that, old Valentines. And you look at my Sunny Fun Time mails, you can pretty much see what my collecting is, an eclectic taste when it comes to the 1800s and the 1900s, because it's out of copyright. And what a lot of people don't realize is, as a crafter, I can turn those into digitals and I'm okay, because it's not against the law. If you find postcards from the 1940s and that, they're not out of copyright. They have to be out of copyright law before a person can turn them into digitals. And that's what I want to do, because I want to share that era. So that's why I collect that age. Like this here is not, it's out of copyright. I can run all these pages off and it's totally legal. I think it's after a person dies plus 70 years, if they publish a book, then it's out of copyright. Like the copyright laws are something. It's a lot to learn. But I started learning it as a crafter, because I would like to reproduce some of these things as digitals so people can have copies. And because like the Halloween postcards, they're selling for like $100 a piece. Halloween postcards are the most expensive ones because they are rare. And that's what makes them valuable to some people. And yes, I have literally watched people pay that price for a postcard for Halloween. I've seen it. And it's like, oh my gosh. A postcard, $100, a used postcard. Crazy people. But if that's what they collect, it's in the eye of the beholder. I was Google Lensing a stamp on the back of a postcard I had from the 1800s, and that is being sold for $100 on eBay, stamped. It's not even a mint. It's a stamped postcard. You believe that? Could you imagine $100 for a used stamp? I could have died because I check things on Google Lens and I check them out because like when I was pricing the cards, the cars, I mean the Hot Wheel cars, the prices are all over the place. That's why it's better to go on and see what things are sold for. I have cars that they have for they're trying to sell right now for like $800. You people are smoking crack. I'm sorry, but they are. And then over here, the same car is being sold for $5. Same year, same car, same everything. There's nothing different because eBay sellers are all over the place. So it's hard to go by eBay prices when you sell something. So what I try to do when I Google Lens stuff is I look at the prices and I try to mark it down under everybody else. That's what I do because I just think they're off their rocker sometimes looking on eBay. They'll have like $2,000 and then $75, then $85, and then over here you have $5 and $2. And I'm like, what? And it's the same item. It's like you people are crazy. But a friend of mine told me that sells, never look at what prices are being sold for. She says, go on the computer because it's not on your phone and type it. There's a place, I guess, on eBay. I haven't looked that up yet, but I'm going to have to. She says, look up at the corner and it'll say what an item sold for. That's what you want to go to buy when you price an item. So I learn a lot from these sellers. I listen and take advice from things that I see and learn. I know eBay is something else. Well, I just bought a bunch of kids' books for my grandkids' tie, and it said Christopher Columbus stepped foot in Florida. I'm telling you, it's in a book I just read, and I was like, what? I don't know. I haven't really studied Christopher Columbus. He was never on my radar. But that's what it said. And I'm getting ready to give my grandkids that book. So I guess they'll be learning a lie. It's actually a homeschool book too. That's so weird. But it wasn't called it wasn't called Florida at the time. But that's what it says in that book. I'm just telling you. I was reading the books just to see what they had to say, and I was like, what? So I don't know. No, I know you do your studying. But that's what the book said. I'm telling you, that's what it said. But it wasn't even about that really. The whole point of what I was trying to make, I don't really care what Christopher Columbus did. The whole point of what I was trying to make was the colonies started on the East Coast. And Requiem Salvage was just making a point that because that was where the first colonies were, it makes sense that is where the old stuff would be. That's the point she was trying to make. So I was like, well, I never really thought of it that way. But if you think about where the colonies started, it does make sense. You know, that you're going to find the older stuff where the older people lived first, like the first people that settled and stuff like that, where California is pricey. I've never been there. I've had people I've known that's been there to visit, but we don't have like fancy stores like Tiffany's. We have just a regular mall, and I've never seen Louis Vuitton over here in stores. I've only seen it on the internet. And I know when my youngest daughter won, see, there was a first place in 17 magazine. It was a prom contest, and you had to write into the magazine. And there were 11 winners for second place. And the only difference between first place and second place was, of course, the grand prize. You got like a prom dress, a phone. There was like higher things, where the 11 second place winners, they won everything the first place winners won, but they didn't get a dress and they didn't get a new phone. There was like some big prizes for the grand prize winner. Well, when my daughter entered, her friend Kara told her about it, and Kristen says, well, I entered Kara, Mom, and then I stuck my name in. Next thing I know, I get a phone call from the editor of 17 magazine that my daughter won second place. She was one of the second place winners in 17 magazine. Well, humongous boxes. I mean, huge. I always thought those were fake giveaways. Seriously. When I was a kid, I never knew anybody won it. And I thought it was fake, and it wasn't. Here my daughter turned around and won it. We about died. Me and my husband had to, oh gosh, it was so funny that day, Ty. The story was so funny. But we had to fill out, because, you know, her being a minor, when we did our taxes, we had to claim that, you know, as being her parents because she was underage. But because we had to do some kind of form for it. But anyways, when it came in, these boxes were huge. I mean, huge. And it was amazing, the stuff this girl won. And she, when the editor called, you know, my daughter's at that teen stage where she's such a brat. And I said, Kristen, you're wanted on the phone. She's upstairs. What do you want, Mom? That's how she answered me. I'm like, really, Kristen? You're going to answer me like a brat with the editor of 17 magazine on the phone? And then her face changed. She came running down the stairs. What? I said, yeah, I thought your attitude would change. Oh my God, she was such a bratty teen. So anyways, she comes down and she talked to the editor, and she congratulated her and stuff. And I just can't even explain the stuff that was in these boxes. It was everywhere from, there was chopsticks. There was a satin pillowcase. There was lotions I never heard of. And this is what was funny about it was, okay, you have California over here, you got West Virginia over here, and all these states in between. And she had this lotion come out that smelled like the best lotion I've ever smelled in my life. It's not over here. That's what I mean. There are so many things being produced in the United States that other states don't even know about. And I went to get a refill once I used it, because Kristen said, Mom, you can have that. Like, she shared all the stuff she got. And I do have pictures of her upstairs in the photo albums. What I did was, she unpacked the boxes and she had all the stuff laying around her. And I took pictures of her in the middle of everything she won. And she shared with Kara and her sister. She gave me this lotion. And I went to get a refill and I couldn't find it. Like, I was all over the stores here on the East Coast. Never heard of it, Ty, in my life. So I Googled it, and it was like, it was part of some kind of sun tanning line out of California. It's not even on the East Coast. And that's what kills me, is like, we were raised on cocoa wheats, not grits. And some people, the West is Mississippi, when I was in Yahoo, they're like, what the heck is cocoa wheats? Like, you've never heard of cocoa wheats? It's like an East Coast thing. Like, it just surprises me how many things out there we don't even know is there. But there was a website somebody told me about, Made in the USA, that this website was trying to gather everything in all the states so we would know what other states sell, which I thought was really cool, because there are a lot of things I've never heard of. And coming online, that's what's so funny about my Sunny Fun Time mails. I don't see that stuff. Like when I went on Whatnot and I started seeing dishes people were selling and certain products, I was like, oh my God, we don't have that here. Yeah. Cocoa Wheats was in Indiana. It's a chocolate hot cereal like cream of wheat, but it's high in calcium. Like it's really good for you, but it's chocolate. And I never heard of grits. I didn't have grits till I went to California. I'll show you what Cocoa Wheats is. And it's been here for, I forget, wait, let me see here. Cocoa Wheats has been here since 1930. This is what it looks like. I'll show you the label of it. My phone, this is what Cocoa Wheats is. It comes in a box like this. The best way to eat it is really nice and lumpy with sugar and milk over it. It is like the best hot cereal. Friends from Tennessee that was in chat, he says, what the heck is a chocolate hot cereal? What are you talking about? Is he talking about Cocoa Wheats? And he's like, yeah, he says, I stayed in Michigan and I have never in my life had Cocoa Wheats. I go, oh my God, we were raised on Cocoa Wheats. I think it was created in Indiana. Let me see here. Creamy hot cereal with a cocoa treat. Cocoa Wheats was introduced in 1930 with the belief that hot cereal could taste good and be good for you. Kids love the warm cocoa taste, and moms love the fortified nutrition. Cocoa Wheats can't be beat. A cereal fortified with 5 vitamins and iron, made with wheat, farina, and no added salt. But I believe it was, I think it's an Indiana cereal. I don't know. I can't find the information on it because they used to have it. But yeah, and it's like the chocolate version of cream of wheat. Seriously, it's really good. That's what it looks like. Cocoa Wheats. But it does amaze me the stuff that people have never heard of. Like so when you go online, you're like global, you know. But I didn't get the lotion. I couldn't, Tiffany. It was part she wanted in her 17, but I guess you couldn't buy it separate. It was part of a suntan lotion line or something. So I never did get a refill. And they never did sell it here. It's only like in California and those states over there. I'd have to look up the name of it because I can't remember. I just know it smelled really good. And she had anything that you can imagine to prep yourself for prom day. Pretty much, except the dress and a brand new cell phone. It had everything in that box, those boxes. It was just incredible the stuff she pulled out. And there was teeth whitener a whole complete set of how to whiten your teeth from Crest. There was it was everything from your teeth to, shampoo for your hair. She was like in field day. It was like having spas, like a big spa in 2 boxes. These boxes were huge. I didn't think she was ever going to get rid of everything, but she had a field day with it. It was a lot of fun, and I'm so glad she shared it with her friends. But it was almost like, you know how not like the packet samples of shampoo, but it was almost like the miniature bottles and different things. Like there was stuff like that maybe it's tons of samples that a magazine would get, and they just put it all in 2 great big boxes and made prices out of it, and it was really cool. But some of it wasn't samples, some of it was full size too. It was just the coolest thing I ever seen. And her friend Kara's like, I see how you are. You enter Me and you win. Sometimes that's how it happens. But she told Kara, since it was your idea, I'll share with you. So she divided a lot of stuff with her friend. But it was funny though. But at least I know that they're not a scam. They really are such things as winning the 17 magazine prom day. Yep, everybody won. It was really cool. So that was fun. It was a fun day for her and she was excited. And what's funny is neither one of them took dates to the prom. They actually went alone. They went stag and their pictures were beautiful. My daughter had a really beautiful red dress on and her hair was done up and Kara looked so cute. We always called Kara Swiss Miss Girl. Her friend Kara was so cool. She used to come and stay with her and stuff and it was fun. So I'm glad they both had a good time. But it was funny. But you just never know. When you enter those contests, you never know if you're going to win or not. I got glue on my mat. This was funny. I bought this decal off of a store on Etsy. I have my blonde moments too, let me tell you. That's a figure of speech because I know all blondes aren't dumb. But I was sitting here and I was like, why the heck is this thing bubbling up? I couldn't figure it out. And I kept looking at it. I'm like, something happened to my horse. It's starting to bubble. Here, there was plastic over top of it, and I didn't know it. Me and Michael are so funny when it comes to plastic. So I didn't know that plastic was on both sides of the decal. So I took it off. I'm like, okay, it works. But it actually got a hole in it. So we bought our refrigerator. We had to buy a new refrigerator, so we got an LG. So funny. This was just recently. So we have the refrigerator up there, and I had taken all my magnets off my old refrigerator because I got pictures of the grandkids stuff hanging. I love hanging my grandkids on my fridge. And I told Michael, because it's a stainless steel fridge, and I said, we had a Samsung and we went to an LG, and Michael's been hating this LG anyways because he hates change. So he's like, we should have got a Samsung. I'm like, Michael, be quiet. Let's just try the LG and see how it works. Because I like trying new stuff. So we're up there, and it's like every time I tried to put a magnet on the refrigerator tie, it was falling off. And I'm like, what the heck did they make this out of? I said, none of my magnets are sticking to the front of the fridge. I said, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, now we're talking, we've had this refrigerator for months. I've been wiping it off, wiping the handles off and everything because it's one of those, and the magnets are sticking fine to the side of the refrigerator, but they wouldn't stick to the front. And I have like a basket that needs hung up. So Michael came into the living room the other day, says, Tammy, really? I said, what? He says, we did it again. He says, there was plastic on the front of the refrigerator. I'm like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. He says, I thought it looked so dull, but you couldn't tell. I pulled so much plastic off this refrigerator. When we unpacked it, I thought I got it all off because it was like in the crisper and everywhere. Here the whole time, he says, I thought it looked grungy. The whole front was covered with plastic under the handles. It was so funny. He pulled it off, and our refrigerator looks so shiny, and everything sticks to it now. We laugh. I told him, I said, it's got to be a plastic thing. I said, because I did it to my decal down here. But I seriously thought I had it off the refrigerator. You should see how pretty our refrigerator looks, but it was hysterical. Because now I can put my magnets on it, and I felt like an idiot. I'm like, stick fall. Like, what the heck? It was crazy. And the whole front, it was this great big piece of plastic. That's my moments. That's the things I go through that you guys don't get to see. It's funny. He goes, "You're a crazy woman," but we do. We have our moments, and it's just really funny. Some of the stupid things we do, but you got to laugh at it, you know? I don't know, crazy stuff. But yeah, I'm so glad my horse is not covered in bubbles anymore. I can't believe the whole time it was covered in plastic. I'm like, freaking really? I don't know. It's crazy. We do crazy stuff as human beings. But I'm glad you get to still be here, Paul. He's probably getting a giggle over there. Paul's our reader. He likes reading books and doing reviews. He got into Goodreads and he had an author send him a free book. He's a lucky one. I never joined Goodreads, but I have used Goodreads a lot when I was looking for what a book was about. Thanks, Tiff. But I haven't done any reviews in a while. And this new author, I can't wait to finish reading her book. And she's like, I'm looking forward to hearing your review. So I'm going to do a review on it. I don't know. I think it's on Amazon. Let me see. But I have her on Instagram and I get to talk to her. And she has signed books at Barnes and Noble, and she has sold out, and her husband has been helping her with her stuff. Let me see here. Jeannie. What do you want?
You want any more sausage?
Do you want a spanking?
You want any more sausage?
Is there any left?
There's just a little bit. I was going to eat it.
We'll eat it. I mean, do I have any of mine left, or is it yours?
It's one of mine and one of yours.
I don't care.
I was just going to eat it all.
You must have it.
I'm going to get rid of the sauce, right? And take the garbage out.
Yeah, you can.
All right.
Let me spank you on YouTube. Well, come down here and say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Listen to him. Tiffany says, hi, Mike. He says, hi, Mike. He hears me talking about him. He says he's too tired. Let me see here. I'm trying to get her name right so I can find her stuff. Is her book even on here? It should be. Yeah. Here she is. This is the author, and this is her book. It's called Hope. That's the one I'm reading right now. There she is. Her name is Jean Estelle _Hope. I met her in a Whatnot Live. First, I met her husband. Then I started talking to her, and I added her on Instagram. He's not shy, Ty. Believe me, he's not shy. He's a brat. That's where my daughter gets it from. And she's designing a flyer for my bookstore. She says, I want to design a flyer for your bookstore. She's really sweet. And her book is good. It's a really good book. So I have it, and she sent me a signed copy. I have it upstairs. I did a video on it, I think. I posted so many videos, but I think I do have a video up about it. I'm telling you, Ty. He's a handful. My husband is a handful. He was a bad boy in the younger days, Ty. Let me tell you, he was bad. You know how it is. When you're raised in a house like I was, protected in my little bubble, us good girls always go after those bad boys, Ty. And he was definitely bad. He's always trying to get me in trouble. I'm not saying I can't be a brat, but I was a good girl. We had to be raised in church. We wore our little sundresses. We weren't allowed to call boys. You heard it. And I'm not lying about these things. And then we chased the bad boys because we were the good girls. And you know how that goes. Yes, I chased the bad boy. And believe me, he was bad. Had to break out the greenie paddle and tame his ass. It didn't work though. All he did was he told me, Ty, if you're going to spank that cheek, you're going to spank the other one. That's how he talks to me, little brat. Because he's a bad boy. His dad was a bad boy too. I heard stories. No, I actually like book nerds. How I ended up with a bad boy is beyond me. I should have married a library nerd. That's what I tell him all the time. I said, Michael, I said I should have married a library nerd. He don't even like books. My husband hates to read. That's how I know, Paul, that there's people out there that don't read books. My husband will not read a book. He hates to read. So you can imagine what he feels like being surrounded by all my books in my bookstore. He's like, he's one of those type of people that likes to look at pictures to put stuff together. And I'm going to tell on you, Mike, there's a story for Christmas I'm going to share with you all because it was absolutely funny. My daughter wanted one of those Mickey Mouse desks that has a chair. And it's all connected like one, the old-fashioned school desk where it had the desk and you slid into the chair. Well, he'd have put it together. So he's, night before Christmas, you're doing all this stuff with the kids. He's like, these damn Chinese directions. I said, Michael, it said made in the USA. Sorry. I had to. I just told on you. He hates reading. So it's like he was complaining the whole time trying to put this thing together because it wasn't going like the pictures and he wouldn't read it. So he blamed China and it was a United States product. That's how I want to hear your crap because this was not made in China. So it was always fun trying to put stuff together the night before Christmas. Because it was mainly Tammy with the screwdriver because my husband hated putting stuff together. But it is funny. I have stories. He'll look at you. No. Another thing I did to him once, and he will tell you, he's always said, if you ever tell anybody in public you did this, I'll say you're a liar. I did a green Mary Kay facial mask to him once. We were doing makeup and I said, Michael, you really need to try this mask because it makes your face feel good. And he says, if you tell anybody I did this, I'm going to tell them you're lying. But you know what? I turned him into a green alien. I'm telling his tales. He can't call me a liar because it's the truth. And then he was dyeing my hair. It's so funny. My husband dyes my hair when I had my hair dyed before I let it grow out. He wouldn't admit. He goes, I would bring him the color. Yes, Ty. He said his face felt good, but he just didn't want to admit he did it because he had some pimple issues. I said, this will help. And it worked. So he's sitting there and he wasn't thinking, about what I was doing. So he's dyeing my hair because I'm not a damn beautician, but he would do it because I didn't have nobody else. And I didn't want to pay hundreds of dollars when it done. So I would pick up something from Walmart and have him dye my hair. But one day he was doing it and I had my phone and I flipped it up and I snapped a shot. I posted it on Facebook. And some of the guys he works with follows him and I tagged him and they saw it. He went to work and the guys never let him live it down. Oh, so you're dyeing your wife's hair. And he was ready to kill me because he got teased so bad at work. I love doing shit like that to him, though. I think it's hysterical. And if you follow me on Facebook, you'll see him dancing and shaking his butt. He was ready to kill me. Oh my God, that video is so funny. I have another one of him dancing too. And it's absolutely hysterical. He was doing the chicken dance. It was Thanksgiving and my daughter recorded him. And she says, Dad, I'm posting this on Facebook. He goes, don't you dare. It's so funny. But for the people that don't follow me on Facebook, I'm going to show you. Because I know my husband will kill me for showing you. So I'm going to show you. Because I think it's funny. I wish he would show the playful side of himself more because he's absolutely hysterical. But here.
Go ahead. Show Mel what you did. Stick your butt out for me to smack
That's
it.
my husband shaking his butt.
Go ahead. Show Mel what you did. Stick your butt out for me to smack it.
I'm telling you. I catch him in the funniest moments. And then I shoot it. And then I post it. And he's like, I said, Michael, that had a lot of views.
Good.
I mean, compared
Show
to
Mel what you
normal.
did.
I said, I had 23 people. 23 people. Look at that. And Flippin' Great Grub, who we got the food off of, they were like, you two are so funny. We do videos. It's comical. It is comical. But I let my hair go gray when I when COVID came. I just let it grow out gray. But what's funny is look, it grows out in streaks. The lady at the salon said, Tammy, we got people that pay hundreds of dollars that comes in and streaks their hair with white. And my hair grows out that way. This isn't colored. It comes out with gray streaks. It's really funny. And one thing I learned about Global, do you know, in Australia, white is blonde hair. I don't know if you guys know this, but there is no such thing to them. They call blonde yellow hair. They're like, why do people in the United States call themselves blonde with yellow hair? Because yellow is not blonde. White is blonde. I found that interesting. I was like, oh, I never heard of that one before. But that's what they call it. White is blonde. I go, wow, that's a first. I thought that was interesting. But everybody keeps telling me I look older than my age because I let my weights grow. Some of my family don't like it. They want me to dye my hair again. I'm like, no, I'm a grandmother. I don't want to. And I actually Googled what age should you let your hair grow white? And it said you could do it any time from 50 older. So I let it grow out. I didn't know there was an age preference. I just didn't want to do it anymore. I got tired of dyeing my hair. Then it grows out, and then you got part weights, and then you got to dye it again. And it's like, meh. I'm lazy when it comes to hair dye, I guess. I just think it's funny when I look at the changes. I started Instagram, my first Instagram that was hacked. I started Instagram June of 2017. I came to YouTube July 29th of 2017. And Ty's channel is my birthday. I find that funny too, Ty. Her anniversary for her YouTube channel is my birthday, and I never realized it. When me and you first met, I didn't even realize it. I went into your about section one time, and I about died when I saw it was my birthday. I was like, what? But this was me. I'll show you some pictures. This was me when I got pregnant and had my daughter, Jade. My camera will allow it. I was 18, I believe. No. I was 17 when I had her. 5 months later, I turned 18. And she might be 4 in that picture. I was so young then. I had the boofed up hairdo, Ty. That was the 80s look. I still have that shirt in a tote. But I had the teased up hairdo. Why my phone is showing up like that? It must be the picture. And then this is my babies. Thank you. This is my babies all grown up. There's Jade on the left and Kristen on the right. Yes, I love the 80s hairdo. I was so young. Oh my gosh. I was young and a beanpole. I could eat anything and never gain weight. Oh, I ain't like that now. Here's my baby Ty. There's my Ronies. She's my baby. This is my rock. This is my Rocco here. This is my baby Ty. I can't even go there. She's my baby. It is going to be so tough when I lose this one. I don't know which is worse, her or Hope. Miss my kitty cat too. But yeah, she's my baby. I've had her since she was a wee puppy. I found her on Facebook and actually went to pick her up. Guy was selling her on Facebook, and I met him in a Walmart parking lot. I paid $70 out of my Christmas money to go pick her up. And you know what he told me? She's part German Shepherd. She's part German Shepherd and Gator Pit Bull. What does she look like to you? So I did her DNA. I swabbed her mouth and sent it in. Because I was like, told the guy there's lab in that dog. You aren't going to tell me she doesn't have lab. And so I did a DNA swab and it came back. I have the paper somewhere. I'm going to have to get a copy of it and show you guys. It was just the cutest thing ever. No German Shepherd and no Gator Pit Bull in her whatsoever. She is part lab and part Staffordshire Bull Terrier. She didn't have Gator Pit Bull. I said, and he says, well, her mother was a full blood. I said, well, whoever you got the mother from lied. Because she is not a Gator Pit Bull. But I liked when we did her DNA because it even told us, you know, like what ailments they have when they get a certain age and different things like that. And it was really cool. Okay, this was me and the girls. Like when I started, this is when my hair was colored. And then I have my hair color. And then here's my granny look with my hair now. I got my granny on. And you can see where my hair is streaked. It grows out that way. And my mother-in-law, the last time I saw her, she was touching my hair going, your hair's really grown out in streaks. I said, yeah, it is. So I don't have to pay to get it colored. It's the way it grows. My one grandmother had pure white hair. I don't like the dirty gray, but she had pure white hair. And I'm telling you, she was like a snowball. She looked good in any color she wore. Her hair color was amazing. She could wear red or pink or it didn't matter. And her hair was so pretty. And then this is my daughters and their husbands. There's Trey to the left, and then Kristen, and then Jade in the back. That's my oldest, and her son Chris. That's my daughters and their husbands. And then my grandkids are really hard to get pictures of all together. It's really hard to get pictures of all 6 of them together at the same time. And these are my grandbabies. You get them up here if I can find some of the latest pictures I took. Kylie she's something. She's a character all around, I'm telling you. She's got the raspiest voice and she's so stinking cute. She tells you she's going to be a baby doctor when she grows older. That's what you're going to be. She gets, I'm going to be a baby doctor. She's so cute. I love listening to her talk. She cracks me up. Oh, I print screened a picture of Kat Von D when she sold her shoes on Whatnot to prove I'm not lying. There she is. That's her and Candy. Candy was an influencer for makeup on YouTube when they had the AW something awards. That's Kat Von D selling on Whatnot. I print screened it to prove it. Here, I'm not lying. I got receipts. But it was a very cool show to see. It really was. Never seen somebody sell so many shoes. And she had all different sizes too. Where the heck is it? Where's my grandbabies? They're hiding on my phone. I got so many pictures on here, it's disgusting. I need to actually unload some. Oh my goodness. What a day this has been. I'm tired. I get a bunch of stuff I got to catch up on. Oh, look. Here's my hubby and my puppy. He says she's my puppy. I said, no, she's my puppy. He's going to be heartbroken too because every night he comes home, she does a little tap dance. He says, do your little dance, Roan. Oh, here's a really good picture of Roni. Lab. Can we say lab? Where do you get German Shepherd out of this dog? I mean, seriously. She don't look nothing like a German Shepherd. But it's funny, Ty, because every time the girls are around, he gets, the girls get jealous because Michael says, Roni's the best daughter I've ever had. She doesn't talk back. Oh my God, it's so funny. Okay, here's all the grandkids. But Kylie wasn't here yet. She wasn't born yet. There's all my munchkins at Halloween. There's the one in silver is Angelo. The one in blue that looks like Mario, that's Steven. The little one right there is Ethan. And there's the twins right there. They are not identical. The top one is Layla. She looks like her dad. The bottom one's Livia. She looks like Jade. That's the only picture I got with like them all together because they're always on different schedules. Here's my 2 oldest grandsons. That's Angelo and Steven. They both just turned 13. My daughters were pregnant at the same time, having kids. They look so, oh my gosh, oh, here's Kylie. There's Kylie. She's the one with the raspy voice, and she's so stinking cute. She came and stayed with me on our wedding anniversary. There's a good picture of her and Roni. And then there's her sleeping. And then we did, let me find it. Oh, she wanted to have a spa day. So she brought a mask and wanted me to do it with her. So she did a facial mask. She's so stinking cute. She's the one that's going to be the baby doctor. She's the youngest grandbaby. And then here's a picture of her getting her ears pierced. And there's a message she sent me that I want to share with you guys because this is just the coolest ever. Let me get to it. I want you guys to hear this because this just made my day. I love her voice when she talks. Just give me a second. I got to find it. And I hope you guys enjoyed this message because I know I did. It was so precious to me. Come on, where you at? I know I still have it on my phone. I don't ever want this to erase. I wish I had like a recording, like we used to do, like a little cassette tape or something to record it on. Come on, where are you at? Where you at? Hold on a second. Just give me 1 second. Okay, are you ready? Listen to this.
Anna, I want to have a sleepover. Because Livy and Mama always have a sleepover, and now it's my turn. Can I have a sleepover?
Who are you? Tell me who you are.
My name's Kyle. We went there when I opened my mailbox. It was fun, really fun. Okay, Nana, love you. I love you so much. I'm done talking. The end.
So I love her. Oh my God. And that was her wanting to come and spend the night.
I want to see Ronnie because I want to play with her because she's so cute. And I wanted to be because I really want to like play with you the night that I have a sleepover with you. And
You could bring your favorite game.
I'm also gonna bring my favorite game, my favorite stuffed animal, and my favorite baby doll, and I hope and I really love you, Nana. You are my special Nana.
I just love her. I can listen to her talk all day. Oh my gosh, she's so stinking cute. I love it when she leaves these little voice messages. Oh my goodness. It just makes your day. She's a cutie patootie for sure. Her dad. My kids are never dating. You should hear them. I swear, Jade's husband's going to be standing at the door with the shotgun. But she leaves me messages like that, and I just think that's so cute. I just want to cherish her messages forever. My dad had that happen a couple times where he had a cassette tape that went bad with voices on it, and he was so sad he lost it. And he had a VHS video of my grandmother and accidentally recorded over top of it. Oh my gosh, it was horrible. He's like, all the memories, and I lost them. But that's what I love too. Okay, so these are the kids a little older. This was Christmas. So you actually get to see them more up to date. I have a really good picture of Ethan and Steven. Oh, here's Ethan and Steven. This is Kristen's sons. You can't see Ronnie. Ronnie's between them, but it's the way the picture won't show her. But there's Steven and Ethan. And then here's my oldest grandson. There's Angelo. It's a little more updated. Here is Livia with Kylie in the background. Livia is a left-hander like me. She loves blue and horses. It's so funny what we inherit. Our kids, our grandkids inherit, and they don't even know these things. Like she didn't even know these things until she was a little older, and it's really funny. I got her a blue guitar for a left-hander for Christmas. My daughter and them, they had got her a guitar, but they didn't realize it was for a right-hander, so I got her a left-hander one. She wants to play music, and I hope she does. And then here's Kylie again, and the oldest twin, Layla's to the left. I don't do stockings at my house. I do mailboxes. See those mailboxes back there? I decorate them up for Christmas and put gifts in it for the kids because Livia always loved mail. She kept saying, oh, I got mail. So I decided to do Christmas boxes as something different. And I have 6 of them lined up in my living room, and I fill it up with gifts every year. Sometimes I'll even redecorate it. And oh my gosh, the kids love these mailboxes. So you'll hear them. We can't wait to see what's in the mailboxes. And there's Layla. She's my oldest granddaughter and one of the twins. And they all have their own personalities, you know. Layla is going to be the journaler. She loves carrying journals and scribbling in them and putting stickers and stuff in them. So she's definitely going to be my journaling. Livy is ahead of time. She's in honors of things. She's very fast learner. And then we have Kylie. She's just way advanced, I think, because of her older siblings. She's a little smarty pants. And then Angelo's kind of the quiet type, and he's very thoughtful. Like he'll open doors for people, and he's going to be very kind. Like he's a very deep like a deep feeling person. He gets hurt very deeply too. So he's my sensitive grandson, but he's a good kid. And then Steven, he's just kind of goes with the flow. You know, he's like real chilled. And then you have Ethan. Ethan can be a handful at times, but at times he can be good too. So, you know, he's going through his ages, but just looking at their unique personalities, I just think is really cool. You know, it's fun studying them and looking at their rooms and the things they collect, and they're just awesome. That's good. That's great, Tiff. I love to journal, or like I'm kind of taking a break from journaling this year. I used to journal every day, but I've gotten to the point now that I kind of like doing glue books and other things too besides journaling. I am trying to finish last year's journals. I have pictures I want to print off and actually add to the journals. And eventually I'll show you my 2023 collection. But as far as this year, I might have January done. That's about it. I'm just kind of like taking a break from it. Unless it's an important event, you know, of something happening, I haven't really recorded this year. I'm just kind of getting away from it a little bit because of time. It's like sometimes I'm just so tired before I go to bed, I don't feel like it. And then I miss a few days and I can't remember. You know, I'd rather journal the day that something happens. So it's kind of turned in more to an event journaling this year. I had diaries written from like 1979 to 2017, never missed a day. They all went up in a fire, so I lost them all. And then I kind of started like here and there, you know, like I would do just events and things. I still kept journaling through the years. I just didn't do it consistently. And then I started getting into it consistently again. And now I'm going back to whatever, you know, if I would have kept my first journals, I probably would have kept up on it, but I'm just like, ugh. I'm to the point now that it's like what it is what it is, you know. My life is not that spectacular that people are going to write books about it. But I do think it's cool who wrote journals, different wars and stages that have been turned. I think that's really cool. And that's basically why I like journaling too, is because like if we had family events, my mom would be like, hey, Timmy, what year was it when we did this? Was it this year? And I could go back in my journals and look up stuff. But it was more like a history thing for family than anything. But I don't know. I just kind of get away from it. This year I haven't been in the mood as much. But anyways, I want to thank everybody for coming in. I'm going to go and pick on my hubby at least 5 minutes before he goes to bed. I actually meant to time this live. I was only supposed to be on here for like an hour, people. When I came on here, this is long. But I am going to try to start timing because I need to get done early because I got things I got to do before I go to bed. And I want to thank everybody for sticking around, hanging out, and chatting with me because this was a lot of fun tonight. You're welcome anytime. And I will visit you when I get the chance. And whatever time zone you're in, I hope you're having a great one. And I'll see you all soon. Bye.